Hello. Um, so I thought while I'm working on the next sort of edited, scripted video, I would take advantage of the format that a lot of YouTubers or whatever you want to call them are taking advantage of these days, which is these little live streams. A lot of the people I watch, they do these sort of live streams and then they respond to a video. So I thought, this would be a good way to get some content out there because people seem to like that sort of thing. I tend to enjoy it. So um, are you going to post this as its own upload, or will it just be a live stream? It's going to go up after the. It's gonna go up in the live section of my channel. Like YouTube channels now have like videos, and then they have live streams. So if you go on a YouTube channel, you can see those columns and click on them. So after you do a stream, the stream gets uploaded to live streams under that heading, right? So it will be uploaded after I end the stream automatically. Um, but yeah, so I figured, while I'm working on the next video, I'll do this kind of live stream format style commentary or live stream commentary format style video. Um, so I can put some stuff out in between getting my next sort of real edited video done. I haven't done one of those in like a year. The last one was, I think, the response I did to Hassan. Um, and uh, yeah. So the next sort of, I'll do more housekeeping shit at the end of this. But yeah. So what this video is going to be is I'm going to. Do you still consider yourself an anarchist? Yeah, of course. Um, so this video is going to be basically, I tried to do this as like an edited, scripted thing a couple times. Didn't like how it came out. The second time, the audio is objectively trash, so I ended up deleting it. But I thought this would make a good candidate for the first video I do like this, since I tried to do this as an edited, scripted thing multiple times. But since this video is so long, it's kind of hard to do like edited scripted commentary on it. But not if you do it in this format, live stream format, where you share a screen and so forth. You do it kind of off the cuff. So yeah, I figured I'd take advantage of that. Basically, this is a lecture that was done by given by the political scientist Michael Parenti. I'm not exactly sure when, but it was after the fall of the Soviet Union. And basically, Michael Parenti is sort of known for not being one of these people who will like defend Stalin or something, but being one of these people who thinks that it's like the job of the sort of radical left to defend existing socialism. And he's sort of notorious for writing a section of his Black Shirts and Reds book where he writes about fascists and communists, fascists in the Soviet Union. I'm not sure if it's fascists and communists in general or fascists in the Soviet Union. I haven't read the book, so. But anyway, and so he's famous for having a section of that book where he calls people who are critical of existing socialism from the left anti-communists, quote unquote. And he goes over that argument in what we're about to comment on. Yeah, I've seen this lecture a bunch of times. I've never sort of liked it. I mean, this is a subject of special interest for me. Because for a long time I've been working, and I'll talk about this more at the end of the video. For a long time, I've been working on a project of sort of an analysis of existing socialism from a sort of critical radical left perspective or libertarian communist perspective. And I very much despise this idea that, like, the job of the radical left in the 21st century should be to defend existing socialism from criticism. So I think this sort of lecture is emblematic of a lot of the very silly thinking that goes into an idea like that. And sort of proof of that is the fact that that left anti-communism section of his book gets cited by like Marxist Leninists on the internet all the time. This lecture gets cited by them all the time. So glad you're back. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. Parenti. Parenti. Is that like hentai combined with Parenti's name or something? Is this somewhat fine as an introduction for normies for already initiated into the socialist analysis framework? I meant not for the already initiated. If you watch any of his lectures, it boils down to imperialism bad, which is pretty surface level. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably true with his other stuff. I mean, I know that like he was one of these people who got sort of popular on this sort of counterculture, like public intellectual scene, like post 9/11, that's sort of involved in Noam Chomsky and so forth. That he sort of made similar points to Chomsky. American imperialism is pervasive. The sort of, despite the United States being a so-called free society, there's all kinds of propaganda that manipulates the public into accepting the existing sort of regime. So I know he did that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff I'm not really interested in. I'm actually not even really that interested in it when it comes to Chomsky. I don't know. I think there are like more rigorous scholarly sources out there for that kind of stuff. But I'm particularly interested in this sort of stuff that he would do. Chomsky's equally worthy of criticism on the same grounds, to be honest. Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, but so the interesting thing about Chomsky though is, he tended to funnel people of that sort of Occupy Wall Street generation into like, okay, you just vote for the Democratic Party every 2 years or every 4 years rather. Whereas Michael Parenti was maybe some of a force of some kind for funneling them into like, dead end sort of like Leninist sectarianism. Michael Parenti says that we need to defend the Soviet Union, and so I'm going to join my local Marxist Leninist group or whatever, my local, tiny Marxist Leninist party, PSL or fucking Frizzo or any of those groups. Yeah, but so that's what interests me about Parenti, because, again, I'm interested in the project and in an analysis, or the project of an analysis of existing socialism from a critical sort of communist perspective. And I think, Parenti is emblematic of the kind of thinking I think should be avoided. Sucks Chomsky turned out to be a frequenter of that pedo Epstein. Yeah, I mean, I saw that. I'm not sure. I don't know. That was kind of weird. Like, it seemed like what could be verified was that Epstein handled his finances at some point. So, I mean, I'm not sure. It might be sort of speculation to say like, okay, because of that, he must have been involved in his pedophilia ring or whatever. But I mean, if that was the case, that does suck. Even if he wasn't a pedo himself, it's not a good look. Yeah, I agree. It's not a good look. It does make me sort of nervous. But yeah, I don't know. The good thing for me is that I'm not, I haven't been interested in Chomsky for a very long time. So, it didn't really break my heart, I guess. I mean, sort of rich leftist academics, I mean, just because they're leftist doesn't mean that, they're not going to be sort of problematic in the way that the rest of the elites are. But anyway, so I'm just going to get into the video now. Going to play it. If there are any audio issues, Let me know.
Thank you. Thank you. It's very nice to be here. Can you all hear me? I don't know why. Is there a way that can be put up a little bit? Alice?
By the way, I want to say that Parenti is sort of like in this lecture at the very least, he's sort of the king of like artificial like passion. Like you'll see him slam his hand on the desk a few times. I don't know if he got that move from Khrushchev slamming the shoe on his on the table at that I think it was that UN Congress or whatever. But yeah, he's got a flair for the dramatic in this lecture at least.
The subject is a vast one, and it's a very complicated one. I always talk about clarity, wit, and passion. I'm really not interested in the wit and the passion. I am interested in the clarity, and really the burden of my lectures is information. That's really what I'm interested in, getting people to kind of think about it. But if there's some passion and wit, why not? As I say, this is a very complicated subject, and I don't pretend that I have the definitive word. What I want to give you is a sketch of it, an overview, and try to put it in some kind of perspective. And as I say, it's not the last word. And I also want to give you a lot of information about it, which I'm putting together for a new book, not Dirty Truth, which is coming out in a couple of weeks, but another one I'm doing, which will be out in the fall, called Memories of. What is the name of it? Memories of a Future Politics is the name of the book. And that might not even be the name of this talk in part. That's part of what it is. I think the overthrow, and I call it not the fall of communism, but the overthrow of communism took place, and much of the credit for this should go to the Western forces that tirelessly dedicated themselves to that task, using every means available short of outright nuclear attack. The end of communism came with remarkably little violence. The communists gave up power almost without firing a shot. Maybe the one exception was in Romania, where there were some killings. 3 deaths in Poland. Lech Wałęsa bragged, he said, we took over power, we overthrew the communists without breaking a single window. Well, that says more about his opponents than about him, really. I mean, that says something because it doesn't fit the picture that we've been given of unscrupulous totalitarians who will stop at nothing to maintain power over captive populations. Why didn't the ruthless Reds act more ruthlessly? I mean, to be sure, these regimes have repressed their opponents. During Stalin's reign, people were executed, interned, forcibly relocated. The Western estimates of the Soviet labor camp population vary. Why didn't the
Right, so I'll just comment there. You know about the Parenti and Chomsky's one-sided beef? Yeah, I do kind of actually. I know that he mentions Chomsky in actually, he mentions Chomsky in this lecture. He mentions Chomsky in the section of the book too, where he's talking about left anti-communism. It was hilarious how angry and defamatory Parenti was towards Chomsky, centering his takes on the Kennedy assassination, while Chomsky wasn't even aware of the beef. Yeah, so in this and in the section of the book, he singles out Chomsky as a paradigm left anti-communist, and I think he compares Chomsky to some conservative politician because of it, some Republican, I forget his name. You'll see anyway. But to my knowledge, Chomsky hasn't responded to him on any of that. So, but anyway, so here I think like this is sort of a prime example of the sloppy argumentation that's sort of required to have the positions that someone like Parenti has on these issues. I mean, I'm not sure that he really devotes a lot of time in this lecture. I guess we'll see. I'm not sure that I remember him devoting a lot of time in this lecture to substantiating this claim of his that it was the West that overthrew the socialist bloc rather than the socialist bloc collapsing. That's just a historical like nonsense, right? Like, I don't know. A lot of Leninists like to say things like that, but there's just like no evidence for it, right? The evidence is that the Soviet Union was having a very hard time politically and economically. Um, similar states like China and Vietnam were able to avoid the fate of the Soviet Union because they reformed on time. But the Soviet Union's reforms came, sort of too little, too late. And so, the sort of political economic edifice of the socialist bloc collapsed. The Eastern European socialist bloc, anyway. And so, now there's a sort of larger issue, which is this narrative that probably most leftists buy into, and certainly most mainstream historians buy into, which is like, okay, the collapse of the Soviet Union was the victory of the West in the Cold War, victory of the United States in the Cold War. That all of that is ass backwards, right? And I don't want to get so into that now because it's sort of like a long spiel. But some of the case for why that's wrong will be explored as we go along here, as he talks about the Cold War. But yeah, so I mean, there's just no evidence of the Soviet Union fell because not because it really fell, but because the United States or somebody somebody in the West overthrew it or whatever. That's just like nonsense, right? The other thing he says is like, well, look, I mean, we're told that. To be fair, Chomsky was kind of dumb with his fall of the Soviet Union was the best thing for social. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with his. I think his analysis is also wrong. I don't think the fall of the Soviet Union was at all positive for socialism, even if the Soviet Union was sort of, in my opinion, the sort of creation of the failure of socialist politics. I mean, the collapse of the Soviet Union was really just sort of another episode in that failure, right? I mean, it wasn't a good thing for socialism. So, I would agree that Chomsky's analysis there is terrible. But anyway, so he says, like, okay, well, we're told, over and over again that the Reds are totalitarians, but look, they got overthrown, so-called overthrown in a very, almost without having to fire any shots, right? So why weren't they totalitarian in this instance? Then he goes on to say under his sort of breath, like, yeah, I mean, they do have a history of repressing political opposition, right? But in this instance, they didn't, or they were unsuccessful. They didn't do it very much, right? In this instance, so it's sort of a counterexample to the narrative. I mean, that's like, especially with the I don't know how people sitting in the audience were like, well, didn't he just like sort of contradict himself there by admitting that the Soviet sort of regimes had a history of being repressive? I mean, look, like it's sort of very easy to explain why they weren't as repressive in the instance of the collapse of the Eastern Bloc. As they were in, 1956 or 1968, or 1953. Yeah, just checking something there. Anyway, the reason they weren't as repressive here as in those instances, it's because they couldn't be. Like the repression wouldn't have worked. Basically, the entire political economic edifice was called into question by the entire society. And so repressing the demonstrations or whatever, it wouldn't have helped. You know, that's what happens when a regime collapses, right? It's like, it's sort of, you can make the same argument like, oh, you know, the the February Revolution was not a very bloody revolution. How come the Tsar didn't act more repressively? Is the Tsarist regime was presumably oppressive? Maybe it wasn't so repressive. I know that's stupid, right? Because, like, you know, the reason the Tsar didn't act more repressively, is because he couldn't. The regime collapsed. People in the audience must be so confused as to what his main argument is until the lecture is complete, and even then they probably walk out a little confused. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Parenti isn't using dialectical materialism in this instance. Oh, we'll get to Parenti's understanding of Marxist theory very shortly. That will be a very interesting section of this video. Anyway,
ruthless Reds act more ruthlessly. I mean, to be sure, these regimes have repressed their opponents. During Stalin's reign, people were executed, interned, forcibly relocated. The Western estimates of the Soviet labor camp population varied widely and wildly from 3 million to 100 million, a figure recently pronounced by an academic at Claremont Institute. Well, he said 100 million victims. He didn't say they were all in the camps. As far as I can tell, those who offer such figures never reveal.
I mean, the reason that the figures were probably wrong, if he's talking about figures that were published by Western academics during the Cold War, the reason they published those figures was because, like, they had no access to Soviet archives, right? What happened after the fall of the Soviet Union, right, was that there was no longer a regime there to say, oh, look, Western academics, you can't come in and look at our archives unsupervised. You know, if you do come, you're going to be supervised by some, you know, guide of the regime or something, right? Soviet Union falls. That's not true anymore, right? And so you already have, you know, Western intelligentsia pouring into the Russia anyway to carry out the sort of neoliberal reforms. So, you know, basically the archives were opened up to Western historians and scholars, and we got a much better understanding of what was actually going on in the Soviet Union during its history. So, of course, like, the numbers published during the Cold War, you know, are going to be, you should take them with a grain of salt, right?
Reveal how they arrive at them. Many of Stalin's victims were Communist Party officials, managers, military officers, and other strategic.
There's sort of also another point that Leninists sort of paper over a lot. It's like, you know, they'll point to, like, how terrible, like, Western scholarship on the Soviet Union was sort of during the Cold War as, like, a reason to disregard everything that, like, you know, historians say about existing socialism or existing socialist regimes. And it's like, you know, that's just really stupid, right? Because, like, during the Cold War, the scholarship was terrible, right? You know, in fact, like, the sort of political motivations of scholars, right, their anti-communist political motivations at that time, led them actually not to study the regime very carefully, right? In other words, they sort of didn't even want to be Soviet scholars, right? They didn't really study things that closely, even to, like, make stuff up, right? They didn't put a lot of effort into being Soviet scholars in the first place, right? And of course, the archives were closed, right? Then the Soviet Union falls, the archives open up, and you have a sort of revolution in Soviet studies, in which scholars actually, you know, do their due diligence. They pour over the archives. They make sure their narratives fit with the empirical data. And, like, you know, Leninists sort of ignore that even sort of happened, right? You know, which is why, you know, if you cite, you know, the academic literature to them, they just say, the bourgeois academics. Why should we believe that? They just have Cold War motivations. It's like, no, it's not the way it works anymore.
Strategically situated individuals. Are you all getting an echo and a
I mean, yeah, Parenti contradicted his own thesis here. People in the audience. Honestly, a big excuse I hear for Beria and Stalin's repressive measures was that many targets were of a political class. Or of the political class. I mean, yeah, so this is something that's a sort of common thread in between, Stalinism and Mao's reign. I don't want to call it Maoism because Maoism means something different than what was going on in the Mao era in China. But the sort of common thread that connects them is this like idea that both of them had that a sort of way to sort of purify the revolution of counter-revolutionary influences was to sort of attack and purge the state bureaucracy. Like high-rank military officers elected. Yeah, exactly. Which is like, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, in the Stalin case, right? Like, yeah, like that was a motivation, but like at least if you're talking about like the Great Purges or even some of the initial sort of attacks on managers and officials during what scholars call Stalin's Cultural Revolution. I mean, the basis for their being attacked and prosecuted was always like extremely flimsy, right? There's nothing. There's pretty much about whipping up paranoia and extracting confessions from people, confessions, quote unquote, So, I mean, anyway, I mean, to be fair to Parenti, he's not really a Stalinist, right? In the sense that normally like Marxist Leninists, they'll engage in Stalin apologia and say the Great Purge was justified. You got like Grover Furr writing whole books about how actually everybody who was killed in the Great Purge was guilty. And Parenti doesn't do that. He actually sort of admits that Stalin was a bit of an autocrat and a sort of wanton tyrant, if you want to say that. So that's something I think he deserves credit for, I guess.
feedback, or am I the only one getting it here? Can't hear me. Yeah, well, I don't know what to do. There it is. Okay. There it is. Should I start all over? No, you don't want you to miss a word. Many of Stalin's victims were party elites, managers, military officers. They were people who were strategically situated. In time,
also on this point, it should be remembered that like the Great Purge, like the political repression in the sort of Stalinist period, it did affect ordinary people, right? For instance, if you didn't show up to work on time, you could be put in a gulag. So, which is a very, very leftist thing to do. The worker's absentee, throw him in the slave labor camp.
whole categories of people became suspect. Prosperous private property owners, kulaks as they were called, ethnic Germans, Soviet soldiers returning from prisoner of war camps after World War II. Nobody hears this echo but me, is that it? It's driving me crazy. Well, it's, boy, the sound systems are really something. I guess what I want to ask, in opening on with this thing about Stalin, is that the Gulag, with its millions of victims, if you listen to Solzhenitsyn and Sakharov, supposedly existed in the Soviet Union right down to the very last days of communism. If so, as I've asked before, where did it disappear to? That is, when the communist states were overthrown, where were the millions of stricken victims pouring out of the internment camps with their tales of torment? I'm not saying they don't exist, I'm just asking, where are they? One of the last remaining camps, Perm 35, visited in 1989 and again in 90 by Western observers, held only a few dozen prisoners, some of whom were outright spies, as reported in the Washington Post. Others were refuseniks who had tried to flee the country. The inmates complained about poor quality food, the bitter cold, occasional mistreatment by guards. I should point out that these labor camps were that. They were work camps. They weren't death camps that you had under Nazism, where there was a systematic extermination of the people in the camp.
So, I mean, some of what he's saying here is correct, right? So, for instance, Solzhenitsyn, the sort of Russian political dissident who publishes Gulag Archipelago. Yeah. Gulag Archipelago. His book was published during sort of the post-Stalinist period, and that gave like the West the impression that the Gulag still existed, right? It didn't actually, right? So when Stalin was after Stalin died, the Gulag was abolished, and it was replaced with sort of, I mean, the sort of distinctive feature of the Gulag was that it was basically slave labor, right, for the purpose of building up Soviet infrastructure. And, you know, thus, after Stalin dies, a lot of the sort of penalties for political dissent are relaxed. The Gulag gets replaced with labor camps in which the prisoners are paid, right? They are paid for their labor rather than just being sort of slaves who aren't paid. Now, the thing is, and it's also true, like, yeah, they weren't death camps, right? Like, you know, they weren't extermination camps like under Nazism, but they were also slave labor camps, right? I mean, I thought, like, slavery extermination. I mean, is that like, you know, does that really mean so much morally better? Like, I don't. Parenti's never-ending battle with microphones. Yeah, apparently.
So there was a relatively high survival rate. The visitors also noted that throughout the 1980s, hundreds of political prisoners had been released from the various camps, but hundreds are not millions. Even with the great thaw that took place after Stalin under Khrushchev, when most of the camps were closed down during Khrushchev's time, there was no sign of millions pouring back into Soviet life. The numbers released were in the thousands. Why? Where are the victims? Why no uncovering of mass graves? No Nuremberg-style public trials of communist leaders documenting the widespread atrocities committed against these millions or hundreds of millions, if we want to believe our friend in the Claremont Institute. Surely the new communist rulers would have, the new anti-communist rulers in Eastern Europe and Russia would have leaped at the opportunity to put these people on trial. And the best that the West Germans could do was to charge East German leader Erich Honecker and 7 of his border guards with shooting persons who tried to escape over the Berlin Wall. It's a serious enough crime, that is, but it's hardly a gulag. In 1955, the former secretary of the Prague Communist Party was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. Ah, a gulag criminal. No, it was for ordering police to use tear gas and water cannons against demonstrators in 1988. Is this the best example of bloodthirsty communist oppression that the capitalist restorations could find in Czechoslovakia? An action that doesn't even qualify as a crime in most Western nations, water cannons and tear gas. Are they kidding? No one should deny that crimes were committed, but perhaps most of the Gulag millions existed less in reality and more in the buckets of anti-communist propaganda that were poured over our heads for decades. Many people in the U.S. left have exhibited a Soviet bashing, red baiting that matches anything
All right, here's where we get into the left anti-communist spiel, so pay attention.
on the right in its crudity and obligatory persistence. My friend Noam Chomsky, just in Z Mag.
Work camps like prisons in the U.S. are still slavery since labor is coerced through extreme duress. I don't really disagree with you. You know, it's just like it's a difference between like, you know, just being forced to work and being paid something for that work, you know. But yeah, I mean, I don't really disagree with you.
Magazine talked about those leftists who ride into power on the backs of the masses and turn into communist thugs. Norm, you're not Newt, you're Norm. What are you talking like? Instance. My friend Noam Chomsky, just in Z Magazine, talked about those leftists who ride into power on the backs of the masses and turn into communist thugs. Norm, you're not Newt, you're Norm. What are you talking like that for?
Yeah, he compares Noam Chomsky to Newt Gingrich. Yeah.
Communists, we're told, hunger for power rather than wanting the power to end hunger. Those of us who refused over those years to join in the Soviet bashing, which by the way reached rather frothy levels by the Reagan years, we were branded as Soviet apologists and Stalinists, even if we disliked Stalin and his autocratic system of rule. My real sin, I decided, which I plan to commit again tonight, and which I've already committed, is that I questioned rather than uncritically embraced the media propaganda images and stereotypes about existing communism. My other sin, which I also plan to commit, is that I also said and still say that there were positive things to consider about existing communist systems. Regarding the Soviet Union, here was a...
I mean, so there's a way in which this is sort of weird, right? Because, I mean, I can sort of understand why he says something like that. Like, you know, there are sort of people who, if you say, well, you know, there are positives to sort of every regime. And so, you know, there are positives of existing socialism or whatever. They will, you know, sort of think that that's, you know, ridiculous, right? But like, on the other hand, like, I don't really see someone who realizes that, you know, yeah, I mean, you know, existing socialism had positive. I don't really see that as like a transgressive observation. I mean, like, you know, yeah, I mean, I guess Mussolini made the trains run on time. Like, why is that interesting? Yeah.
Nation that threw back and destroyed the Nazi beast and sustained 80% of the Allied losses in the war, 22 million dead. I thought that that was a debt that humanity owed the Soviet people. Here was a nation that in 3 decades made industrial advances equal to what it took capitalism a century to accomplish, while feeding and schooling its children rather than working them 14 hours a day, as the capitalists did during the Industrial Revolution, and as capitalists are still doing today in many parts of the world. Here was a nation that provided vital assistance, material, military, medical, armed assistance to liberation movements in Vietnam, Cuba, Nicaragua, South Africa, Angola, and other countries. As Nelson Mandela pointed out, I heard him on a TV show in Washington when he was visiting here in 1990. And the announcer, of course, was doing his usual things. Says, well, the U.S. has done this and the Soviets have done that, so we know both. He's doing the balancing act. You have to always do that. Dumping on both of them. Said, what do you say, Mr. Mandela? And Mandela said, please do not denounce the Soviet Union. They have been our great friends and given us valuable aid in the struggle against apartheid and racism. Only Mandela could get away with saying that on national TV. Here was one of the few countries that, for all its injustices and dysfunctional structures, and I am going to talk about those things, be patient, did guarantee its citizens some minimal economic security. Here was another positive thing that's never mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, I don't minimal economic security, right? I mean, so like, is this going to be also like a defense of like, like FDR in United States, in that period of United States politics? Really, like, it's going to be a defense of basically every government that existed from the period of like 19, from the period of like after the Great Depression to, you know, uh, 1980, right? Is that going to be? Are we going to use the same argument to defend that too, as so-called revolutionaries? I mean, I'm not. I really don't understand this nonsense where like, people who are nominally dedicated to social revolution say, "Ah, well, lay off existing socialism. It had a welfare state." Like, yes, well, the welfare state is a common feature of capitalism historically. So what, right? Um, yeah. Yeah, honestly, the arguments made by ML sympathetic socialists seem like what they want is just social democracy type programs. Yeah.
And a country that performed the rescue and survival of 3 million Soviet Jews during World War II.
It also handed off. It also, I mean, look, he can do this thing where he talks about like, the defeat of Nazi Germany and this kind of thing, and then ignore the fact that the Soviet Union made a deal with Nazi Germany that included material support for Nazi Germany, where Nazi Germany didn't even have to hold up its end of the bargain. And that ultimately ended in Hitler invading and Stalin being so surprised that he hid away for like a week, right? um and so that included handing off I believe it was like thousands, if not hundreds, of Polish Jewish communists to the Nazis. So you can focus on the the cheery sounding things about the Soviet Union all you want. You can do that with America too, right? You can talk about how America, that we eventually abolished slavery. We eventually had the civil rights movement. We had a welfare state until like 1980. Great. We have free speech. Okay, awesome. I thought the point for radicals was that, that list of like, seemingly benign and just things can be matched with a much bigger list of injustice, right?
I mean, many Jews were killed in World War II because many Russians, period, because they were just in the war and fighting. But 3 million.
Oh, and that's not to also speak of the carving up of Poland, joint carving up of Poland between the Nazis and the Soviet Union, which Grover Furr likes to deny ever happened, even. So
Soviet Jewish civilians were saved, which is more than you can say happened to Jews in Poland and most of Eastern Europe, in Germany and Croatia. Left anti-communism was, and it still is, as orthodox and dogmatic as the mainstream or the more extreme McCarthyite varieties, in that it doesn't tolerate anything positive being uttered about existing communist systems, except possibly Cuba. For some reason, and the Cuban system is exactly a Soviet system, a one-party, women's federations, the role of the trade union movement, the role of the youth groups is exactly the same model. But Cuba is kind of looked at warmly, which is nice. I guess we'd be grateful for small things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This just seems like attacking straw men. I mean, look, like if you look in the sort of Western Marxist literature on existing socialism, what's said there is not something like, "Oh, there's nothing positive about any of this." Uh, nobody's making those sort of like really strange, like hard, like obviously impossible to defend assertion. Like at the very least, they acknowledge like the Russian Revolution, which gave birth to the regime, was something positive, right? Um, and usually they don't condemn the October Revolution that allowed the Bolsheviks to seize power. In fact, the anarchists, Russian anarchists, Goldman and Berkman, um, uh, they initially supported the Bolsheviks until Kronstadt. So I think this is a bit of straw man nonsense, right? But
Left anti-communism expects nothing less than a blanket condemnation of communist countries as Stalinist monstrosities, historic and moral aberrations. I prefer what psychologists call differential object appraisal. That you look at something and you see it in very differentiated things. Some things good, some things not.
yes, everybody is aware that when it comes to most things, right? When it comes to pretty much any social system, you can find things that are good and things that are bad. That's true of capitalism, by the way. So I don't like, why is this an interesting point? Who's denying this? Who need to be told this? Like, look, I'd rather like there's often this dance, right? That Leninists do, where it's like, well, look, the my attitude to the Soviet Union is just one of non-dogmatism, or existing socialism is just one of non-dogmatism, right? I'm non-dogmatic. I see it in shades of gray. I think there were some good things, even if there were some bad things. No, that's everybody's position. Everybody with a brainstem has that position, right? So that can't be what makes your position distinctive, right? What actually makes their position distinctive is that they think, right, that existing socialism was a model to build on. They think existing socialism was on balance, even if they recognize, and they do, right? Parenti does. I'm sure even the more zealous ones like Furr recognize that there were errors, there were bad things, right? But what makes their position distinctive is, on balance, they think existing socialism was a success for socialist politics, right? And that's the debate, right? There are people who think that that's not true, right? And then there are the Leninists who think that it is true. That's the debate. It's not should we recognize that there were some good things? Yes, everybody knows that. Like, that's not the debate. Great to see you make vids again. Love this. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. The Communist Party of the USA wrote a letter criticizing Goldman for criticizing the USSR by saying stuff like, well, the Soviet Union paid for your trip and provided you housing during your stay. Yeah, well, she was like politically exiled to Russia. It's the funny thing about that, right? So they received her after she was, basically compelled to go to her home country, right? Which is like, that's just normal policy when you have a political exile. It's weird that should supersede all her critiques. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Bizarre. Actually, another funny thing about the Communist Party USA is that there was a period of this. There was kind of part of like the third, what's called the third period of the Comintern. Part of it was like when, in the run up to the war with Nazi Germany, the Soviet Union and its sort of satellite parties around the world actually worked to oppose. Or wait, was that in the run up to? No, that wasn't in the run. That was during. Okay, so the Soviet Union had a deal. That was during the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Sorry, during the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the Soviet Union and its satellite parties actively opposed the war with Nazi Germany. And so the Communist Party USA, according to Comintern policy, opposed America's involvement in World War II. So that's another funny thing they did. But yeah.
So good. regardless of what the political orthodoxy is, regardless of what the advice is about maintaining your credibility, and so making sure that you say these other things.
I don't understand this like nonsense when like leftists act like they're persecuted by other leftists. Like, oh, I'm bucking the political orthodoxy of like 5% of the population globally. Good for you, man. Okay. Yeah, Noam Chomsky is holding you down. Noam Chomsky is the Catholic Church and you're Galileo.
In reaction to this anti-Sovietism, anti-communism, many communists overcompensated by going to the other extreme, by refraining from uttering or even tolerating, listening to a critical word about the autocratic or problematic features of the Soviet Union. Problem-ridden features.
Yeah, well, I'm glad he acknowledges that exists. Although, like, look, I don't actually think even like, as I said before, I don't think actually even like the most dogmatic of the sort of supporters of existing socialism would tell you that there was nothing wrong with those societies, right? You know, but what they really want to say is, look, on balance, it was a good thing. Maybe they would go, maybe they think the balance is even more tipped towards it being positive than Parenti does. A lot of these people defend Stalin the way that Parenti would not. But I don't think the debate is were there good things and were there bad things. Everybody knows that there was both, even the most zealous defenders, right? And even the most zealous critics. Maybe except for people whose only conception of the Soviet Union and existing socialism is like, Ronald Reagan Cold War propaganda or whatever.
I got into more than one altercation trying to make a criticism.
Damn, CPUSA just always had bad takes. I can't remember if it was them or a different communist party that supported World War I when it was unpopular among global. Well, so World War I happened at a time when the Marxist movement was organized into socialist parliamentary parties around Europe. And most of those parties ended up, despite being committed to internationalism, supporting the war because they were enmeshed in the sort of bureaucratic state structures that sort of benefited from and cultivated nationalism in European countries. And so, basically they sort of went along with their political incentives. And despite the opposition from the sort of committee of the International Socialist Bureau, the International that all these parties were a part of, most of them supported the war, voted for war credits so their countries could go to war. But yeah, that's the story there.
The Soviet system with friends and acquaintances in the Communist Party. I can recall a friend of mine, a party member here in the U.S., who assured me that there was no prostitution in the Soviet Union. I mean, here was a woman, she was in her mid-40s, a grown woman of some experience, saying to me that in this nation of, 300 million people, there was no prostitution. I remember, I couldn't believe it. I remember when I was in the Soviet Union in Moscow, the guide saying to me, there was no prostitution in my country. Another grown, mature woman. And I said to her, there may be no prostitution in your country, but there's a hell of a lot of it here in this hotel. Let's get real. Come on, let's get real. We're talking about this very messy, imperfect thing called a human being. And the social organizations they developed were even more messy and imperfect than they.
This example that he gives sort of makes me uncomfortable, right? Because like, I don't know. I mean, I guess a lot of people have this attitude, like, like banning sex work is like a way to stop, profit-driven sexual exploitation. I don't understand the argument there. I mean, you would think that, you want to organize sex workers, to involve them in the class struggle, right? Instead of thinking of them as something that, the socialist state, whatever the fuck that means, is supposed to annihilate or whatever. But kind of funny, Finnish Bolshevik keeps promoting Parenti when Parenti is somewhat critical of USSR, but Finball unconditionally supports Stalin. Also, yeah, that comparison makes me uncomfortable too. Well, Finball is an idiot. He's just a weirdo. Like, there was this thing that came out about him, like, engaging in weird, like, rape role play with a minor in his Discord server. People have heard about that. Yeah, so he's kind of a piece of shit for that. He also, like, I've seen there's this site called Rate Your Music. If you don't know about it, it's basically where you go on. It's basically just for, like, you can tell people what you think of an album or a band or whatever, an artist. And on his Rate Your Music, there's all kinds of, like, Nazi black metal. It's like, okay. All right.
Well, you know what her response was? She said, without batting an eye, she said, well, those women also have regular jobs during the day, I would like to know.
Oh, yeah, so funny. Sex workers need to make a living. Ha, 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 ha. Ha, ha, funny.
Thereby giving new meaning to the term working girl, eh?
Yeah, haha, stupid fucking sluts, fucking prostitutes. You have to work to make a living, and you're selling sexual services. Ha 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 ha! Get wrecked. I'm such a good communist.
Some say that the upheavals in Eastern Europe don't constitute a defeat for socialism.
Can you link the source about the rape roleplay? Yeah, I mean, okay, my Discord should be, yeah, so I think Parenti likes to play to the audience. Yeah, that's part of what's going on there. But yeah, so go to my anarcho-syndicalism Discord is linked up on my in the links for my channel. Go to that. Then when you enter, click on my profile. I'm like the head mod, and then message me, ask for the evidence, and I'll go find it for you. I don't have the link off the top of my head right now, but I can go find it later.
Because socialism never existed in those countries. What you had there was state capitalism, or some such thing. Well, whether we want to call them socialists or not is a matter of definition. Suffice it to say that they constituted something different from what existed in the profit-driven capitalist world, as the capitalists themselves were quick and persistent to recognize. First, the productive forces in these countries were not organized for capital gain and private enrichment, as with capitalism. Public ownership supplanted private ownership. The perks that were enjoyed by party and government elites were relatively modest compared to the elites in most civilizations. Yes, it's true, Soviet leaders like Yuri Andropov and Brezhnev had big dachas where they entertained foreign visitors. Yes, it's true they had limousine services.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
And they lived in fairly large apartments in a housing project specially set aside for government leaders near the Kremlin. I saw it. It's a big, ugly, old, very inauspicious building. That's where the leaders of the Soviet Union lived. But it was larger than what ordinary Soviets would get. But nobody in the Soviet Union could hire the labor of others and extract great personal.
All right, well, so we'll deal with the claims one at a time there. So I'm not sure, like, when he says private gain, there's this sort of logic, right, that goes on with some thinkers. Even actually some thinkers, some leftist thinkers that are critical of existing socialism still concede that, okay, existing socialism, was mostly flawed, but it was still socialism, right? And part of the argument is like, okay, but like, resources weren't accumulated for private gain, right? There wasn't private property, so-called. I mean, look, this is not what capitalism is about, right? What capitalism is about is not, instead of the state, a private stakeholder in a company owns resources, right? That's not what capitalism is about. Capitalism, right, is about production. It's about the relations of production, right? It's not about the political economic forms that you see in most places where that mode of production is in operation, right? That's the point of Marx's critique of political economy. You don't analyze the social system by its sort of outward, accidental political economic forms. You analyze it by the relations that are foundational to how it operates, right? And so this point about like private gain and the state owning stuff is just sort of irrelevant as to whether the Soviet Union was capitalist or not. Okay.
But it was larger.
Also, I mean, like, I'm not really sure what the point about, the privileges for the elites were small compared to other society. So, right? Who cares? There were still lots of privileges for elites, as he just said, right? Dachas, they had better health care, but everybody talks about, oh, the Soviet Union guaranteed health care for its population. Yeah, but the better health care went to like party elites, right? So they had better health care. They had lavish parties with drinking. There was a packet system under Stalin to increase what the top bureaucrats would get. I mean, like there were huge privileges for elites, whether they were comparatively small or not. Who cares?
Than what ordinary Soviets would get. But nobody in the Soviet Union could hire the labor of others and extract great personal wealth from that labor. The degree of inherited wealth was also relative.
Okay, so I mean, I don't care about inherited wealth. I don't give a fuck about that, right? But I mean, the reason you didn't have inherited wealth in the Soviet Union is because, like basically access to resources was dictated by, your sort of ability to be a good sort of state bureaucrat, right? The bureaucrats typically didn't pass on their positions to their progeny because you needed to sort of train people to be in that position. Anyway, I don't know what that has to do with whether it was capitalism or not, but anyway, so so this point about labor power. Okay, so I go to work, right, in the state factory, right, state-owned factory. I get paid in rubles for that work. Okay. Those rubles allow me to buy things over and above what I'm provided for by the welfare state. And if I don't engage in this process, then I'll get thrown in a gulag where I don't get paid anything, right? Could possibly work to death, whatever. What is that if not buying and selling of labor? Like, come on, man. Like people, again, even people who are critical of existing socialism make this claim like, oh, there was no labor market in any of these societies. What are you talking about? There was employment in all of these societies, right? And then people like, the heterodox Trotskyist Hillel Tikin, who thinks the Soviet Union was a non-motive production. He's like, well, the ruble was like inflated. So the wage, so it wasn't actually wage labor. Like, that's the kind of nonsense that you get to justify this stuff. I mean, like, look, just because the state is paying me, right? And just because the state decides what to do, like just because the state allocates me a wage, allocates me welfare provisions, directs production, and decides what to do with the product that I created, where to allocate it, that doesn't mean that I'm not a wage laborer, right? I have to go to work, right? I have to sell my ability to work for the state to survive, right? I, as a worker, do not control production. I have no political power vis-a-vis the state. In order to survive, even if there's more direct coercion of the gulag involved, I have to sell my ability to work, right? To the state in this case. It's wage labor. What's so hard to understand? Not to be an asshole, but bless you. Thank you. Not to be that asshole, but it isn't also about consumption. Like a lot of early socialists talked about needs-based production and consumption. Yeah, that's true. Party bureaucrats had additional housing in multiple properties or states. Yep. Not everyone had the vacation home in the woods that Stalin had. Yeah, that's true.
Relatively modest and limited. The income spread between highest and lowest earners in the Soviet Union was about 3 or 4 to 1, as compared to 40 or 50 to 1 in the U.S. In fact,
yeah, and in the Soviet Union, right, where sometimes people couldn't access basic resources, that was a lot. Like, it doesn't matter. Comparatively, it wasn't a lot. Like, it was a lot. There was income inequality. It was a lot if you were on the bottom rung of Soviet society. Like, these comparative points are sort of irrelevant, right? I mean, if you want to do the statistics, the comparative statistics for the sake of that, then sure. But as a point, against the Soviet Union being capitalist, like, it's just silly.
Did a little computation. If you compare Steve Forbes, multi-billionaire Steve Forbes' income to a poverty level wage earner, the spread is more like 10,000 to 1, 10,000 times to 1. Furthermore, communist countries did not pursue the capital penetration of other countries. They didn't have a profit motive as their motive force. They didn't have.
I don't understand this claim, right? So there's a couple things there. One, right? The Soviet Union or existing socialism or whatever, existing socialist regimes, they did not accumulate capital or profit, and they did not try to extract from other countries for the purposes of capital accumulation. Okay, the first claim is just false, right? So capital accumulation is a kind of accumulation whereby production, right, is geared toward generating more and more resources for the resources that you invest in it, right, above all else, right? It's return on investment. The Soviet Union's process of growth, the process of growth of all of these societies, from civil war torn, peripheral countries to powerful industrial semi-peripheral countries, going from a bottom level position in the world economy to a mid-level position in the world economy. That was all based on that kind of accumulation. So that there's no capital accumulation, that's just a silly claim, right? So that's false. The other thing, that they didn't pursue the extraction of resources from other, in other words, they didn't engage in unequal exchange with other countries, like the West usually does, Western countries usually do with the rest of the world. Well, okay, then tell me what was going on, right? I think he will say something about this. Tell me what was going on with the Soviet Union's relationship to its satellite states, right? The whole ComCon apparatus, economic apparatus, was geared toward extracting resources from the Soviet Union satellite states, right? For Russia, right? In Russia, Soviet Union vis-a-vis Cuba, right? Even though the Soviet Union sort of kept Cuba sort of alive by engaging in sort of lowered rate exchanges with it, that made Cuba dependent on the Soviet Union, right? So that's not any less unequal exchange, right, than any other type of relationship. So that's, also a bullshit claim.
A need to constantly find new investment opportunities to be able to invest more, to accumulate more, to invest more abroad as under capitalism. The Soviet Union's trade and aid relations were generally economically favorable to Eastern European nations, Cuba, and India.
Look. So what you mean by economically favorable, right? Like that's just a weasel word when it comes to unequal exchange, right? Just to be clear, unequal exchange is the concept of the sort of extractive forms of economic exchange that sort of the richer countries engage in with the poorer countries, where the poorer countries are sort of directed towards producing things that they sell, producing and extracting resources that they sell to the richer countries, and then the richer countries get to make a profit on selling what is extracted from the poorer countries, right? So that profit is realized in the richer countries more than it is in the poorer countries. When it comes to unequal exchange, whether or not a country benefits from the exchange is irrelevant to whether it's unequal, right? You know, if the economic links between these countries, look, example from what's in the news right now, Bangladesh, right, is one of these countries that is subject to unequal exchange with the West, right? And because of sort of political concerns and inflation and coronavirus and all of that, war with Ukraine, all that nonsense, right? Its ability to engage in its normal economic relations are impeded, and so its economy is in the toilet, even more than usual. So Bangladesh clearly benefits, right? In a GDP sense, right? In a having resources sense from the normal relations of unequal exchange that it engages in with the world. It's a huge site for for instance, garment production for companies in the West, and that kind of thing, so it clearly benefits, right, from being in that position because it's dependent on that relationship, right? This is why the sort of original sort of founding theorists of unequal exchange were called the dependistas, right? Because they identified that the poorer countries engaging in unequal exchange with the richer countries were dependent on that relationship. It's the only way they could survive. That doesn't make it any less unequal, the fact that they're benefiting from it. They're benefiting from it in a manner of dependence. And that was absolutely true for Cuba and the Eastern Bloc regimes, right? Vis-a-vis Russia, the Soviet Union, right? It's been true for North Korea and China for a very long time. It was true with North Korea vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. So yeah.
A real socialism, it's argued, would be controlled by the workers themselves through direct participation instead of being run by Leninists, Stalinists, Castroites, or other ill-willed, evil leaders and bureaucrats who betray revolutions, we hear. Well, unfortunately, this pure socialism view is profoundly ahistorical and non-falsifiable. By that I mean it remains untestable.
It's great. Over the last year or so, I've delved into philosophy about as much as I've tried to equalize my knowledge of philosophy and my knowledge of politics. And And so now when people invoke these philosophical notions that I don't think they understand very well in political debates, it's a very funny experience for me. We'll say a little bit more about it after I let him finish here.
Against the actualities of history. It compares an ideal against an imperfect reality, and sure enough, reality comes off a poor second. The pure socialist ideological anticipations remain untainted by existing practice. They don't explain how a complex revolutionary society could be built and secured, how priorities could be set, how survival could be achieved by just having the workers own and control everything. How do you expropriate enough surplus value to build an army to defend yourself against the invasion that comes?
Listen, everybody should take note of that. If we just have this worker self-management, right? How are you going to extract surplus value to engage in military conflicts? All right, we're going to let him finish and then I'll break all that down, but just make a note of that in your head.
It's no surprise that the pure socialists support every revolution except the ones that succeed. The pure socialists usually blame the left for every defeat by the left. They weren't vigorous enough, they weren't resourceful enough, they didn't mobilize the people enough, they didn't do this enough, they didn't do that enough, they didn't do this enough. They presume to know better than those engaged in the actual struggles. And it's unfortunate they haven't found time to apply their own brilliant insights and leadership genius to producing a successful mass revolutionary movement in our own country. Writing in The Guardian in 1991, Tony Febo questioned this pure socialist position. I want to read you what he said. Quote, "It occurs to me that when people as smart, different, dedicated, and heroic as Lenin, Mao, Fidel Castro, Daniel Ortega, Ho Chi Minh, and Robert Mugabe, and the millions of heroic
Robert Mugabe
people who followed and fought alongside them all end up more or less in the same place, then something bigger is at work than who made what decision at what meeting, or even what size houses they went home to after the meeting. These leaders weren't in a vacuum, they were in a whirlwind. And the suction, the force, the power that was twirling around them has spun and left this globe mangled for more than 900 years. And to blame this or that theory or this or that leader is a simple-minded substitute for the kind of analysis that Marxists should make." End of quote. For a people's revolution to survive, it must seize state power, and I believe it must use state power for...
Okay.
End of quote.
So we'll stop things there to break some stuff down. So, yeah, that was a very funny rant. Okay. So first of all, he uses this concept of like non-falsifiable. And by that, I guess he means that there haven't been like this idea of kind of self-managed socialism, producer control of production. That hasn't been, shown to work in practice, right? That's not actually what non-falsifiable means, by the way. So falsifiability is a scientific term. The concept is introduced by Karl Popper in Philosophical Discourse and Discourse of Philosophy of Science, as a way to demarcate science from pseudoscience. In fact, interestingly enough, he created this criteria in part to refute Marxism, right? He thought Marxism was unfalsifiable. Actually, for reasons that are somewhat mirror inverted image of Parenti's, right? Popper thought, the Marxists, they recognize that, whenever their ideas have been put in place, you just get these horrible experiments like the Soviet Union, yet they still believe in Marxism, right? And so their ideas are unfalsifiable. He also applied it to Freudian psychoanalysis. But anyway, so the basic idea is if you have an unfalsifiable hypothesis, then your hypothesis basically contains propositions or claims that that can be that emit of sort of that you can always sort of defend against, always sort of you can basically take those claims and always sort of explain away the evidence that contradicts them or seems to disconfirm them, right? So, an example is like, a creationist will say, okay, God created the world 6,000 years ago, especially created all the animals in the Garden of Eden. Okay, well, but what about all these transitional forms in the fossil record? Oh, well, Satan just put those there to deceive us, right? So that's the idea of unfalsifiability, right? An unfalsifiable hypothesis is one that can always be accommodated with sort of um, with ways of explaining away the evidence that might disconfirm it. And I have no idea what he thinks this has to do with what he's talking about, right? Because that's not just like, oh, it hasn't been tried yet, right? Like, that's not, like, before anybody formed a communist party that hadn't been tried yet, was that idea was forming communist parties an unfalsifiable proposition before the first communist party was formed? I mean, like, I don't get what he thinks unfalsifiable means there. But anyway, also the idea that nobody has ever built a revolutionary movement around the idea of the workers taking direct control of production is just laughable. I mean, that was in part the Russian Revolution, right? The Soviet, right? The councils of the workers and eventually including the peasants that allowed them during the Russian Revolution to take control of communities and societies and communities and production. You had the factory committees that sort of took control of the factories. And this allowed a body of the working class and the peasantry, rather than any communist party, to have effective control over Russia, right, after the Tsar was overthrown, leaving the liberal provisional government with only official authority, right? So if you're a great admirer of the Soviet Union, maybe you should look at the sort of movements that led to its creation, because that was a movement for direct worker peasant control of society, and the Bolsheviks reversed it. There's also, I mean, there's no shortage of examples of that. The anarcho-syndicalist movement of the late 19th and early 20th centuries was a movement that encompassed millions of people, organized around the goal of direct worker control of production, and they achieved it at times, right? So this idea that sort of goal has never led to the creation of a mass movement that has had some successes is just sort of silly. And then this other thing he says about, like, oh, well, if the workers control production, how do you extract surplus value to then go and get into military conflicts, right? Well, the extraction of surplus value is a feature of capitalism. It's not a feature of socialism or a revolutionary society, right? The extraction of surplus value exists only and necessarily for the purpose of the accumulation of capital, right? That's what the extraction of surplus value is in Marx's Capital. It's necessarily a feature of capitalism. No other society has it. No other mode of production besides capitalism has the extraction of surplus value, right? I mean, the fact that there are Marxists, so-called Marxists, who don't understand that is baffling to me. And then there's this other point that he makes, and there's like a jumble of like points, garbled points here. But there's other points that he makes, like, oh, and these people who believe in direct worker control, they never explain to us the mechanisms of how any of their ideas are supposed to be implemented. I mean, you like, that's pretty much all they did for a very long time. You know, the literature of 19th and 20th century anarchism is replete with that. And in fact, the works of Marx are replete with that. Marx's ideal, right, was the dissolving of the state, right, into the real community of producers. The producers run society rather than this top-down political structure. That's what, for Marx, the dictatorship of the proletariat meant. It did not mean Lenin takes control and then the Bolsheviks decide what happens, right? It didn't mean Castro comes to power and does whatever he does. And as for this point of like, okay, well then why has every revolutionary movement in that period of history ended up in some Soviet-style regime, right? Well, there are historical reasons for that. I mean, look, again, you're supposed to be a Marxist, right? So the point of that is you take all social phenomena you want to analyze and you historicize them. You ask, okay, what are the conditions in history, the historically contingent conditions that have led to this social phenomena? That's how I'm going to understand it. That's how Marxist analysis understands it, right? You don't just say, well, revolutionary movements have ended up with Stalins and Castros and Maos, and so that must be, the sort of trans-historical form of revolutionary movements, right? I mean, that's not Marxism, right? That's like, Napoleonic nonsense.
For a people's revolution to survive, it must seize state power, and I believe it must use state power for two things. First, it has to break the stranglehold exercised over society's institutions and resources by the wealthy class. Second, it has to withstand the reactionary counterattack that is sure to come internally and externally. The dangers it faces necessitates the development of a centralized state power. Something, by the way, that's not particularly to anyone's liking. Not in the Soviet Russia in 1917, not in Sandinista Nicaragua in 1980. I mean, ideally, it would be a fine thing to have only local, self-directed, worker participation, communitarian socialism with minimal bureaucracy, few police, and no military. And this probably would be the normal development of socialism, if socialism were ever allowed a normal development. Throughout its entire 73-year history of counter-revolutionary invasion, I'm talking about the Soviet Union, throughout its entire history of counter-revolutionary invasion, civil war, forced industrialization, Stalinist purges, Nazi conquest, Cold War, arms race, nuclear threat, trade discrimination, economic embargo, the Soviet Union did not know one day of peaceful, normal development. All these things had a powerfully distorting effect, I believe, on the building of socialism. And you can see the same thing today. This siege psychology became very clear in the 1921 Party Congress when Lenin got up, remember, and he said to the worker opposition, he said, no more opposition. We've had too much opposition. We can't take it anymore. Civil war, opposition from outside the party, opposition inside the party. No more, let's do away with it. And the Party Congress exploded in cheers, and the worker opposition was abolished. I mean, they were allowed to stay in the party, but they couldn't have an organized opposition caucus in the party anymore. Now,
actually, a lot of the oppositionists were purged from the party.
The the word was, to survive, we needed lockstep party unity. We need a powerful centralized state. Open disputes and conflicting tendencies within and without the party, the communists concluded, only create an appearance of division and weakness, and that invites attack by our enemies. That same dilemma, by the way, that same problem of how do you develop a humane society while facing inhumane conditions, faced the revolutions we saw in our own day, the ones that confronted CIA-sponsored wars of attrition in Nicaragua, Mozambique, Angola, and elsewhere. A trail of broken little nations where the revolutionary baby was either strangled in the crib or was mercilessly deformed beyond recognition. The communist governments were further burdened by this incredible legacy of colonialism and maldevelopment. Many people don't realize it, but most of Eastern Europe, before World War II, and certainly after World War II, given the additional destruction, most of Eastern Europe was a third world region. Thousands of villages were reduced to rubble. Illiteracy, poverty, disease, cold, hunger was the common lot among the peasantry and much of the working class, as it was before the war. Capital formation was almost non-existent. The same was true of pre-revolutionary Russia. The same was true of pre-revolutionary China. Henry Rosemont, he notes that when the communists liberated Shanghai from the...
Capital formation was not almost non-existent in pre-revolutionary Russia. In fact, Lenin thought that capitalism was already on its way. Capitalism was basically already dominant in Russia, right? And that sort of erroneously he thought, okay, it was also on its way to transform into a capitalism like that of Germany or United States. So Lenin did not agree with you about this. But yeah, I mean, like the idea that there wasn't capital formation in Tsarist Russia is very silly. I mean, China is another story. China was basically like, pilfered by the sort of world system for a very long time, leading up to the creation of the PRC. So, that there I'm probably not going to disagree, but there was a robust semi-peripheral capitalism in the Tsarist Empire, the 20th century Tsarist, or 19th, 20th century Tsarist Empire, going all the way back probably to the 17th century at the very least.
The U.S.-sponsored Kuomintang reactionary government in 1949, the communists found that about 20% of the population in Shanghai, 1.2 million people, were drug addicts. And every morning, special crews of street cleaners, quote, would gather up the corpses of children and adults who had been murdered during the night or died of disease, cold, and starvation. Communism, ladies and gentlemen, I say it without flinching, communism in Eastern Europe, Russia, China, Mongolia, North Korea, and Cuba brought land reform and human services, a dramatic bettering of the living conditions of hundreds of millions of people on a scale never before or never since witnessed in human history. And that's something to appreciate. Communism transformed desperately poor countries into societies in which everyone had adequate food, shelter, medical care, and education. And some of us who come from poor families, who carry around the hidden injuries of class, are very impressed, are very, very impressed by these achievements and are not willing to dismiss them as economistic. To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
It did work. This is the melodrama.
But what about the democratic rights that they lost? We hear U.S. leaders talking about restoring democracy to the communist countries. But these countries, with the exception of Czechoslovakia, were not democracies before communism. Russia was a czarist autocracy. Poland was a right-wing fascist dictatorship under Pilsudski with concentration camps of its own. Albania was an Italian fascist protectorate as early as 1927. Cuba was a U.S.-sponsored dictatorship under that butcher Batista. Lithuania, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria were outright fascist regimes, openly allied with Nazi Germany in World War II. So what democracy are we talking about restoring? The socialist countries did not take away any rights that didn't exist there in the first place. Now, all of this is not to deny that communist countries suffer.
All right. So, we can address that. Okay. So, this rant was sort of emblematic of a point to be made about the history of anti-capitalist socialist movements. So when he says, look, we need to take state power in order to crush our enemies, in order to break the power of the bourgeoisie. This is a point that was made by the Marxist left all throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. We need to take state power. The sort of centralized structures of capitalist society are too strong to deal with without taking control of centralized state power. And so, that needs to be the program. We need to take state power and change society. Use state power to change society. And it's interesting because that's what they did, right? That's what they set about doing, right? Parenti gives sort of the opposite impression, but what actually happened is groups like the Bolsheviks, groups like the Chinese Communist Party, groups like Castro's Band of Guerrillas, groups like on the other side, groups like the socialist parties of Europe, which were reformist in bent. Groups like the Korean Workers' Party. And on and on and on. Groups like the Yugoslav Communist Party. Groups like the Vietnamese communists. They all set about with the goal of taking state power. It's not because, we face a bunch of opposition beforehand, and so now we have to take the reins of the state to deal with that. It was, no, look, we have the first prong of the program is to take state power, right? So they did that even before there was any counter-revolution, right? So then what they ended up doing with that state power is carrying out a world redistribution of wealth. What Michael Parenti talked about there, right? Creating expansive social safety nets where they didn't exist before, giving some power, negotiation power to unions. That was more of a Western thing than a thing in existing socialism, because unions were typically just, subordinated to the state there. But, expansive social safety net, right? And so here Michael Parenti says, and look, that redistribution of wealth That is proof of concept. That is, what justifies the revolutionaries in having taken state power. Except that's that's just wrong, right? So, look, the program of the revolutionaries when they took state power was not just. Hopefully, I'm audible right now. Was not just. Was not just okay. We're going to create a welfare state. We're going to redistribute wealth. That was not the program. The actual program was to transform society, to achieve socialism, to achieve communism, to overthrow capitalism. It was not, we'll create a welfare state. In many cases, it was, we will achieve self-determination for our people against the oppression of the historically colonial imperialist West, right? It was not, we'll just create a welfare state, right? And so the fact that that's what happened, right? The fact that a welfare state was created, yes, right? Unions were given seats at the table, yes. Was society transformed? No. Upon taking state power, okay, what the revolutionaries were faced with was a process of integration into the capitalist world system, right? A process that required finding a place within the interstate hierarchy, imperialist hierarchy of the world system, geopolitical hierarchy. A process that required finding a niche in the world market, which was what these industrialization drives were about. That Stalin and Mao and whoever else Castro engages in, right? And the class struggle is constrained, right? The new state apparatus is used to repress any opposition, to end the revolutionary movement, and to shore up your sort of cronies, the regime's sort of cronies and foot soldiers. And thus, all of these societies become political economic units of the capitalist world system, fully integrated into the division of labor that makes up the capitalist world economy, fully integrated into the imperialist geopolitical hierarchy of the capitalist world system. And so society is not transformed. So when they said we needed to take state power to transform society, they were wrong. They took state power, and doing that required that they shrunk from transforming society. Redistributing wealth does not transforming society make. If it was, then FDR would be the greatest communist in world history. So, that's like a bunch of, like the whole argument from front to back was just nonsense. A historical fucking nonsense. I mean, look, this is the mentality of people like him on the left in general, right? You argue with Marxist, argue with random Leninists on the internet or at demonstrations or, whatever. Or you read their party programs, It's we have to take state power because that's the only way to transform society. Our opposition will be too strong without it. Anyway, look at what it did for the existing socialism. There was a redistribution of wealth on a world scale because the revolutionaries took state power. Except they didn't transform society precisely because they took state power. So the idea that this model should just be repeated is just fucking bullshit. All right, you were proven wrong. Deal with it. Yeah. I guess the confusion is based around the fact that Russia was the least advanced country in Europe in terms of production, still run by the monarch, as opposed to a capitalist republic. Yeah. Um, I mean, that's probably what it's based on. Bro, he's so anal about the weirdest criticisms. Well, they never had democracy before, so no need for democracy now. Yeah. I meant broad. Don't worry about it. LMAO unions were given seats at the table until they were taken away. Yeah. That's actually that goes for the West too, by the way. Yeah, that whole like social compromise, union power, social safety net. In the West, say bye-bye to that in the 80s, because here comes Ronald Reagan and Mrs. Thatcher. Anyway.
For internal deficiencies and contradictions that were real factors in their own demise. I'm not trying to blame it. I don't want to blame it all on capitalist encirclement. Oh, if it wasn't capitalist encirclement. I remember talking to the Cuban poet and diplomat, Pablo Almontes, in Havana, in his house, and he said, by the way, himself often a critic of his own country, he said, but most of our problems are really caused by our enemies. If they weren't here, we could have solved things and developed in such a different way. We would have had so many less burdens with military and security and this, that, and the other thing, and so forth. Still, I think there are some very real inherent problems in the systems that were built. All of them were burdened with a managerial economic system that tended to stagnate. And by the way, there may not have been any other choice. I'm not saying they were stupid and they shouldn't build it that way. I'm saying given the exigencies of the time, this is what they had to build. But what they had to build had in itself its own contradictions. So that it was a response to historical necessity, and yet it began to create problems of its own.
Yeah, I mean, so there's an interesting point here, which is that maybe the criticism of existing socialism shouldn't be they were making theoretical errors, right? Now, on the other side, I mean, part of it has to be that they were making theoretical errors, right? Because they did, as I described before. The taking state power strategy was a theoretical error. You don't make mistakes without making theoretical errors. I mean, you don't get to do this thing that I guess he wants to do where it's like, yeah, I mean, there's nothing to criticize theoretically, but here's what was wrong with it in practice. Like that's stupid. But I think there is a point to be made that the theoretical errors were the product of historical contingencies. Human history was at a certain point, and it led to human beings thinking about what they were doing in a certain way, right? So I think that is, at least that's a decent point. He's sort of bungling it by shying away from making theoretical criticisms, which is like, I mean, this sort of like, these are the real revolutionaries. I can't criticize them, from my armchair. I mean, that's just like stupid. Like that's just cowardly, right? This is a movement of the masses. It's not a movement of the revolutionary elites. Regardless of whether or not I'm Lenin, right? Regardless of whether or not I've led the Bolshevik Party, I can still say that the Bolshevik subordination of the Soviets to the Central Committee was a horrible, opportunistic, tactical move. I can still say that the replacing of the factory committees with one-man management was horrible. Was against the spirit of the Russian Revolution, right? You don't get to just invoke revolutionary elitism to like justify this idea that nobody can make theoretical criticisms. We can say this is the lesson of history. We can say the theoretical error, right? The two-step strategy, it was a theoretical error. It clearly did not work. The idea was bunk. You don't get to say, well, you haven't walked a mile in Mao Zedong's shoes. Shut the fuck up.
The Soviets, for instance, produced many of the world's best scientists. They exported more mental brain power than the best mathematicians and physicists, too. But very little of their theoretical works materialized in actual production during the scientific technological revolution of the 70s and 80s. I mean, their industrial base was roughly still, by 1990, their industrial base was roughly still the one that Stalin had built. Gorbachev complained about, quote, the managerial system that rejects scientific and technological progress and new technologies, that is committed to cost ineffectiveness and generates squandering and waste, unquote. But it's not enough to denounce managerial inertia. We also have to explain why such practices persisted despite repeated exhortations from leader after leader. By the way, going back to Stalin, you can hear Stalin ranting about the bureaucrats to Khrushchev when Khrushchev was his assistant, as Khrushchev records in his memoirs. The fact is there were systemic imperatives that worked against innovation. Managers got paid whether or not risks were taken or new technology was developed. There was no incentive to innovate. There was a lot of incentive not to innovate. All materials and labor were fully committed according to the plan, so it was difficult to shift resources for new experimental projects and run the risk of lower output during the transition and run the risk of failure. Enterprises never had to pay real value prices for materials and fuel, so they often used these goods inefficiently and wastefully. Improvements in production would lead only to an increase in one's production quota. If we did better, we'd get a bigger quota next year. In effect, well-run, innovative factories were punished with greater workloads. Poorly managed ones that showed a loss were rewarded with state subsidies. Under the pressure to turn out quantity, managers often cut corners on quality. Farmers did the same. For instance, the state buyers of meat paid attention to quantity only. So the collective farms, what was their incentive? To maximize profits maximize income by producing fatter and fatter animals. Now, consumers may not particularly care to eat fatty meats, but that was their problem. But only a fool or a saint would work harder to produce better quality meat for the privilege of getting paid less. You think after 70 years they could work out a meat grading system, you know. See, but this pressure for quantity went right up to the top. Guys that want to shake the boat. As in all countries, whether they're capitalist or communist, and by the way, it's interesting, many of these problems you have to say, which of these problems are peculiar to socialism, which this particular brand of socialism at this stage of historical development that we're talking about now, Eastern Europe, China, Cuba, and the Soviet Union, which of these are peculiar to those areas, and which of them are peculiar, which other problems are peculiar, or problems of social organization are peculiar to capitalism? You have quite a list there. And which are in fact universal, which of them are just part of the nature of social organization in a certain way. That's a whole other lecture maybe, I don't want to get into that. Let me just say that certainly bureaucracy, which is often ascribed to being a particular component of socialism, it was found in our society all over the place too. And we have some interesting things to say about it later from the East German perspective. Bureaucracy tends, whether it's capitalist or communist, tends to become a self-feeding animal. In the existing socialist countries, there were enterprises in which the administrative personnel increased at a faster rate than productive workers. Well, that's nothing. I remember there are at least two universities I taught at. One was State University of New York at Stony Brook, and the other was the University of Vermont, both of which went through fast growth periods. And it was very interesting what happened. The student body would go up about 20% over a certain number of years. The faculty would go up about 24%, 18%, something like that, roughly in the same range. And administration would go up 70%. And we'd say, what do all these guys do? What is the assistant associate deputy dean to the curriculum of this and that? What does this guy do besides call each other up and keep each other busy and sending us all these memos that we had to fill out because they had some idea about this and that? Well,
I don't remember the audience clapping when he did his impassioned speech. When he slammed his hand on the table. But now they're clapping because he's like, making fun of university official, like a bureaucracy. Like, okay, all right.
Applause from some, angry murmurs from the school administrators that are in the audience. There were enterprises in socialist countries. A factory with 11,000 production workers might have 5,000 administrative staff, a considerable burden. The heavy bureaucratic mode of operation did not allow for critical, self-corrective feedback. The fate of the whistleblower was the same in communist countries as in our own. Those who exposed incompetence and corruption were more likely to run risks than receive rewards. It also led to a rather out-of-touch leadership. In 1990 in Washington, D.C., I attended a press conference held by the Hungarian ambassador who announced that his country was abandoning their socialist system because it didn't work. So I raised my hand and I said, "Sir, why didn't it work?" Be interesting discussion. And he said, "I don't know." And I wanted to go up and grab the guy by the lapels and say, "Schmuck, listen, excuse me, New Yorkism there, you are one of the people presiding over this process and you admit you have no idea what was going on in the process." And it's rather remarkable, isn't it? Well,
it's funny because he and I are from like the same stock. I'm also an East Coast Italian, so it's sort of funny to see someone who looks like they could be like my uncle, going around being like, socialism, it worked, okay? It works. Socialism worked, you mook.
By the way, I'm using the past tense, but just about all the problems that I'm talking about still exist in the remaining communist states of North Korea, Cuba, and Vietnam. If you talk to the inhabitants of communist countries, you discovered that they complained less about an overbearing totalitarianism. That's
It's sort of interesting. I'm not sure why. I don't think he referred to China there. And by this time, Vietnam was doing the same thing that China was. So I'm not sure. Quick aside, got a question, Will, too. Would you ever debate President Sunday on the necessity of voting in whatever sense he might think of? And would you ever vote for a Democrat? Yeah, sure. I'll debate. What I do on the internet all day is debate people. So I would be happy to do a kind of structured debate with somebody. So yes, I would do that. And would I ever vote for a Democrat? No. Yeah, I debate it. Yeah. People probably know that I like doing that. But anyway, like, I would not vote for a Democrat, but it's nothing against the Democrats in particular. I wouldn't vote for anybody. I just don't. I don't understand. Even people who I greatly respect, people who have been major influences on my thinking. Take Professor Emanuel Wallerstein. When, there was a time in which there was one instance, when he died in 2019, I remember walking my dog, and I'm listening to Democracy Now! And Amy Goodman says, "And today, Professor Emanuel Wallerstein has died at the age of 80, whatever age he was. I think it was 88, 81, something like that." And I I literally screamed, "What?" Right? Point of that is just even he, right? People I respect say things like, okay, but we have to go for the lesser evil. We have to, if the Democrats are running against the Republicans, we have to vote for the Democrats. And it's just like, what is the point? Like, look, these people, their job description is not to be the greater evil or the lesser evil. Their job description isn't even ideological. Their job description is do the things that will guide the United States or whatever nation state it is through the crises and successes of the capitalist world system in the next 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever. In the case of people like Putin, for the next 30 or whatever. So it, like, their job is not to do things that we think are less evil than what the other guy is going to do. Like, that's just not what the point of their position is, right? They do the things that a capitalist state needs to do to navigate the capitalist world system at in 2023. So I don't see the point in this, like, oh, I'm a revolutionary, but I got to vote for the Democrats because they'll be nicer to minorities or something, which, yeah, I mean, that's a whole another argument, right? But anyway, that would be cool. I enjoy his content, and he claims to be more on the anarchist side of things, but disagreed with me when I oppose lesser evil voting as part of the toolbox for those on the ground. Yeah, I mean, I'll have whatever discussion with him. If someone wants to set it up or something. Maybe if people want, I can even try to set it up myself. He is clearly not dumb too, so that's why I am very confused. I mean, well, like I said, people I respect disagree with me on that, or us, I guess, on this matter. I regard Emanuel Wallerstein as like one of the greatest minds to. Well, I don't want to get into that kind of fascistic nonsense, but like, certainly one of the most brilliant people in recent memory to be working on issues of sort of scholarship from a revolutionary perspective. And he was into that nonsense, So sometimes people who are smart have dumb opinions. I'm sure I have a bunch of dumb opinions, and I'm not really that smart, so.
So we always got the media, this totalitarian thing weighing on us. And their complaints generally were rather the opposite. What we used to hear was that they more often complained about the absence of responsible control, that nobody seemed to be minding the store. Maintenance people failed to perform needed repairs. Occupants of a new housing project regularly refused to pay rent and no one bothered to collect it. Poor management and harvesting, storage and transportation caused as much as 30% of all produce to be lost between field and store. Tons of meat were left to spoil because they never got it together with proper refrigeration. And not surprisingly, there was ample opportunity for corruption and favoritism. The factory director who accepted bribes to place people at the top of a waiting list to buy cars, the deputy minister who got caught using state materials to build his vacation home. Rewards seem to lie in operating around the system or even against it. If you operated that way, that's when you got rewarded. For instance, the poorer the restaurant service, the fewer the number of clients. The fewer the clients, the less work, and the more food left over that I could take home or sell on the black market. The last thing that restaurant personnel wanted was satisfied customers who would keep returning to dine at the officially fixed, artificially low prices. I mean, that's why the restaurants were so awful under socialism. So the system actually offered many disincentives. In 1979, Cuban leader Raul Castro, Fidel's brother, complained about fraudulent work practices. He noted the absenteeism, fake work reports, deliberate slowdowns so as not to surpass work norms, norms that were fixed at artificially low levels. In most communist countries, one got the impression that everyone as a worker seemed to be conspiring against everyone as a consumer. Now that's overstated. Obviously, some things were done. I mean, buildings were built, people had clothing, the books were excellent. They were the one product that they produced, which were made of excellent quality. The public transportation system was excellent. I mean, so there were some things. I mean,
I think I'd like kill for like, you know, a Soviet book. I think it would be amazing to have a Soviet book on my bookshelf. That would be great.
Obviously, some people were doing some work. Communists, I don't want to overstate it, but I'm giving you what part of a major problem was. I remember one Soviet guy said to me, you people.
Humility goes a long way, and hopefully the debate could be set up and his motivations will be clarified. Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
People are tired from working so hard. As I said, you don't work as hard as we do. He said, you're tired of working so hard. We're tired of waiting on lines all the time. And I thought, well, if you work a little harder, there wouldn't be so many lines. Communist economics had an Alice in Wonderland aspect to it. In that, I mean, it's rather remarkable that the price of just about every commodity and service bore no relation to the actual cost or value, except for expensive luxury items. With prices held so artificially low.
Yeah, I mean, if that was the case, right? You know, I mean, there were inefficiencies, right? So, I mean, there was going to be some price inefficiency, but if they had no, if prices had no relation to cost of production versus return on investment, then the thing would have collapsed way sooner than it did. Like, come on, I don't know why some, like, you know, so-called Marxists turn into like the weirdest political voluntarists whenever they analyze the economics of existing socialism.
There was a great disparity between purchasing power and the supply of goods and services, and this in turn affected work performance. I listened to an East German friend complain about poor services and inferior products. He said the system doesn't work. This doesn't happen. You go to the hospital and they haven't washed the floors, and the woman who's supposed to wash them won't do it. She doesn't show up for work. It doesn't work. The system doesn't work. And I remember saying to him, but Klaus, what about the free education, the public health care system, and the numerous other social benefits that are so lacking here in the United States and in much of the capitalist world? Aren't those things valued? And his response was very interesting. He looked at me and he said, oh, nobody ever talks about those. And that shows you that people took for granted the way the human services and entitlements, they took for granted the human services and entitlements while they were hungry for the consumer cornucopia that they imagined existed for everyone in the West. Once our needs are satisfied, then our wants tend to escalate. Indeed, our wants become our needs. From Cuba to China, from Russia to...
All right, I think now he's going to go on some rant about young people demanding consumer products or whatever. But yeah, so just to say something about that spiel that he just went on. So it's really interesting, right? So it's market socks at the very best, although it would not fit the aesthetic fetish and the storyline they followed. Yeah. Okay, but so let we should start here, right? So what Marxist analysis is supposed to do that's different from what classical economists did is that it's supposed to be a critique of political economy, not political economy. Political economy, or classical political economy, whatever you want to call it, the stuff that Smith and Ricardo and Jean-Baptiste and Malthus and those people did, Jeremy Bentham to a certain degree. The stuff that they did was called Political Economy, and what it was is they analyzed this sort of um, uh, outward political economic mechanisms of capitalist states and societies, right? They analyzed, how businesses operated. They analyzed how states related to businesses. They analyzed, how agriculture was carried out and so forth and so on, right? Marx, what he does is he penetrates all of that. The critique of political economy says, okay, that's political economy, but that's not really the important stuff. The important stuff are the social relations without which capitalism would not exist and that make possible all of these sort of surface level phenomena that the political economists are analyzing. So Marx's critique of a political economy is to show that all of the forms of political economy are dependent on the social relationships that make up capitalist society, and without which capitalist society cannot exist, and which are characteristic of capitalist society. Yeah, hi, Eric. And so that's the distinction between political economy and Marxist critique of political economy. Now, mainstream economics is no longer political economy, it's marginal utility BS. And so it's even more up a creek than politically, like methodologically, than political economy was. Political economy was at least this sort of probing analysis of the mechanisms of capitalist states and societies, even if it was a surface level analysis, even if it wasn't an analysis of the relations that make up capitalist society. And so Marx could critique political economy by using it as a basis for his critique of it, right? He reads Adam Smith, he reads Ricardo, and he shows how their observations can be used against the methodology that they're employing. Marginal utility theory and there's other stuff in current mainstream economics is it's pretty much just fictionalized garbage. But anyway, so put that aside, socialists historically have a huge problem with, instead of doing the critique of political economy, just doing political economy. This is what people like Karl Kautsky did. They were not critics of political economy, they were political economists. Lenin, in his economic work, he was not a critic of political economy, he was a political economist. Bernstein, also a political economist rather than a critic of political economy. And that's what Parenti is sort of doing here. He's doing socialist political economy. Right? The problems with the inefficiencies of the Soviet system, they have to be analyzed in terms of like, well, the plan was sort of ossified and people had perverse incentives. And later he'll say there wasn't enough small business and this sort of thing. And we're analyzing all of that instead of analyzing the relations of production that existed under existing socialism. What were the relations of production, the social relationships that undergirded actually existing socialism? Well, we don't get any of that analysis. We get analysis of like the incentives of managers, right? And that's not Marxist critique of political economy, right?
To Laos and Vietnam, there were intellectuals and professionals who had relatively good living standards, who yet wanted to live still better. They wanted to travel abroad. They wanted to see Paris. They wanted greater opportunities made available to persons like themselves. They wanted the same kind of opportunities that were available to persons of means in the capitalist world. By 1989, those who fled from Vietnam, according to a Washington Post story, were neither desperately poor nor persecuted political dissidents. To quote one, "I don't think my life in Vietnam was bad. In fact, I was very well off. But it's human nature to always want something better." Another one, quote, "They left for the same reasons we did," referring to some of the people. "They wanted to be richer, just like us." And similar testimonies could be gleaned from Eastern European emigres, maybe not as blatant, but something like that. The longing was usually not for an abstraction called democracy, but for the cornucopia of the West, in most cases. Not
It's sort of weird when presumably revolutionary socialists or nominally revolutionary socialists say things like democracy is an abstraction. Right? I mean, that's what it is in capitalist society, right? You know, you get to make you get a say in what happens in your society, but sort of vicariously through somebody that you vote for, who makes decisions on your behalf and who is bought off by corporate interests anyway. And so, it's sort of, this sort of democracy in sort of democracy in theory, right? Rather than concrete reality. But the point, I take it, of revolutionary socialism is to make democracy a concrete reality, to make it so that all human beings get a say in the organization of society. So I don't know why people say things like it's an abstraction. Yeah, but the point is to make it more than that, right?
Always. As living standards.
Later, see you around on Discord, etc. Yeah, see it.
Rise, so do expectations rise. People are not necessarily grateful for what they already have. This seems to be especially true among the young, who have no memory of pre-revolutionary deprivations. Generally, the two most discontent groups in social societies are the intellectuals and the young, the two groups that know everything. In Cuba today, many youth see no value in joining the Communist Party. They think Fidel has had his day and he ought to step aside. The revolution's accomplishments in education and medical care are something to take for granted. They can't get too excited about it. They're fed up with the shortages. For them, the revolution is history, something that their parents got all excited about. If they have any collective passion, it's for the latest clothing styles and music from North America. Generally, they're more concerned with their own personal future than with collective betterment or socialism. I remember when I first went to Cuba in 1974, the slogan at that time was, "Our only privileged group are our youth." And I remember saying, "That's your first mistake."
This is such a cringy boomer rant. Like, yeah, the youth are rebellious. What's your point? I'm sorry they don't. I'm sorry, like, college-age Cubans weren't getting all excited about Che Guevara anymore. Like, cry about it.
Now, see, even in the best of societies, there may not be enough rewarding jobs. Much of labor in society has an instrumental value, but it doesn't have any inherent value. You can be given a job, work for build the revolution, and it means painting walls all day, painting walls. Well, after a while, the revolution begins to lose its luster. And the more efficiently and quickly you paint one wall, you're just going to have another wall to paint. And if you paint them slow or fast, you get paid the same. So what's the big thing? There just isn't enough interesting and creative work to go around for all who consider themselves to be interesting and creative.
This is interesting that, like, he calls it socialism while saying that people were performing alienated labor, right? You know, I work, this is Marx's concept of alienation. I work for these abstract social forces that dictate that production needs to be pumped out at this level, needs to go on at this level. And I am just a cog in that process, right? I'm doing what I'm doing not because I'm interested in it, but because I'm compelled to by social forces that are greater than myself and have really nothing to do with the kind of things that I want to spend my life doing. And so the point of communism or socialism for Marx was ending that. But supposedly so-called socialism, existing socialism, retains it.
Creative people, and there's a lot of them. Many of the intellectuals under communism were not only anti-Marxist, but to the point of being full-fledged adulators of Western reactionism. The more rabidly anti-communist, the more reactionary chic a position was, the more appeal it had. They were ferociously opposed to their own system. They were utterly gaga and starry-eyed about America and unwilling to look at the seamier side of U.S. society and global capitalism. They were utterly racist toward minorities in their own country and in the United States, their attitudes. As the editor of the Wall Street Journal put it, writing an article in the National Review, you can't get any more conservative than that, I quote him, "They love Ronald Reagan, Marlboro cigarettes, and the South in the American Civil War." The Eastern European intellectuals supported every U.S. armed intervention abroad and every U.S. armed escalation as defensive. They openly detested the U.S. peace movement. That's true of Andrei Sakharov. That's something you never got in the media. He openly detested and criticized the U.S. peace movement. They never had an unkind word for fascist regimes that were faithful U.S. client states, and they directed snide remarks at those of us who did. You could read Sakharov on that too. Their advocacy, their support of dissent did not extend to opinions that deviated to the left of them. They tolerated dissent that was to the right of them, but not to the left, as is true with many people here. In 1990, one of their Moscow publications, Literaturная Gazeta, Literary Gazette in English, I read it in English translation, so I might as well use the English title, right? It hailed Ronald Reagan and George Bush as statesmen and called them the architects of world peace. This was in 1990 while the Soviet Union still existed. Under Glasnost, you were getting these new publications coming out. It questioned the need for a ministry of culture in the Soviet Union. Quote, "There is no such ministry in the United States, and yet it seems there's nothing wrong with American culture." So who said Russians don't have a sense of humor? Many of them thought that they could keep all the securities of communism and overlay it with capitalist consumerism. They thought that if they were laid off from work, if their factory was privatized, the government was going to find them another job. I talked to Polish workers. They just assumed that everything they had was going to stay and they were going to get this other whole new thing. They didn't.
Yeah, I mean, this sort of, what he's saying here is sort of like a little bit deceptive, right? Because he's talking about like all these like dissident into right-wing intellectuals who, were sort of fanning the sort of resistance to the the status quo in existing socialist societies, and like he sort of papers over the fact that, for example, in Ukraine, there was a movement of workers who, under the Soviet Union, were worked long and hard, during this sort of, uprisings against communism or official communism, um, against the Soviet system that aimed to establish worker control of production. And so there was this movement for worker control of production against, the Soviet bureaucracy, and it sort of got hijacked by this sort of larger anti-communist sentiment, and that led into like the austerity measures that followed the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and those people, having their standard of living deteriorate. So there's like a real tragedy there, of a movement for worker control of society, right? Against sort of bureaucratic existing socialism that thus then just gets hijacked by right wing sentiment, and leads to the impoverishment of the people who participated in it, right? And if you want to lament the tragedy of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, right, that's the way to do it, right? But instead, Michael Parenti, is sort of content to just complain about, intellectuals being, silly, or being right wingers, or whatever.
Get it? Now they're getting it. Boy, are they getting it right up the kazoo. Now, by the way, not everyone swallowed the free market mythology. In the 1989-91 period of overthrow and transition, there were opinion polls in Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Russia, and East Germany. And these were reported in the U.S. press, as showed that most people still opted for state ownership or some modified form of socialism. The numbers who actually wanted free market capitalism were surprisingly small. When anti-communist governments took power in Russia and Eastern Europe, they set about suppressing the communist and socialist left in the name of democratic reform. In late 1993, facing resistance to his free market policies, Boris Yeltsin forcibly disbanded the Russian parliament and every other elected representative body in the country, including all the regional and city councils. He abolished Russia's constitutional court and launched an armed attack upon the parliamentary building, killing hundreds of resistors. Estimates are about 3,000 actually, and demonstrators. Thousands were rounded up and detained. Opposition leaders were jailed without trial. Hundreds of elected and appointed officials were placed under investigation. Some are still in jail. Yeltsin banned labor unions from all political activities. He suppressed dozens of publications and television shows. He exercised monopoly control over all broadcast media. He outlawed 15 political parties. He rewrote the Constitution, giving the executive nearly absolute power over legislation. For these crimes, he was treated as a defender of democracy and reform by U.S. leaders and the media. What they most liked about Yeltsin was, to quote the San Francisco Chronicle, quote, he has never wavered in his support for privatization of state-owned industries. I think that really says it all. In the various Eastern European countries, Marxists were purged from all public employment. Communist Party assets acquired and paid for by party members were arbitrarily confiscated. The same in Germany, in Russia, in the Czech Republic. Václav Havel seized the properties of the Socialist Union of Youth. These included campsites, recreation halls, and cultural and scientific facilities for children. These were liquidated and put under the management of joint stock companies at the expense of the youth who were left to roam the streets. In Russia, Boris Yeltsin twice suspended the Communist Party newspaper Pravda. He eventually turned the party's 12-story building and its press over to a pro-Yeltsin government newspaper that became the full owner. Yeltsin's police continued to attack political demonstrators in Moscow and other cities. Two parliamentary deputies, one independent, the other a communist, who vigorously opposed the Yeltsin government, were assassinated. In 1994, journalist Dmitry Kolodov, who was probing corruption in high places, was assassinated. Reactionary, anti-Semitic, crypto-fascist parties and hate campaigns have surfaced in the former communist countries, along with the desecration of Jewish cemeteries and xenophobic attacks against foreigners of darker hue. Lech Wałęsa, quote, "A gang of Jews got hold of the trough and is bent on destroying us," unquote. Later on, Lech Wałęsa said he was misinterpreted. He did not mean all Jews, only the greedy ones. I remember how many people on the left adored Lech Wałęsa, a worker hero who was going to bring true socialism. Yeah, right. In Czechoslovakia, Poland, and elsewhere, museums that commemorated the heroic anti-fascist resistance were closed down, and monuments to the struggle against Nazism were removed. In countries like Lithuania, former Nazi war criminals were exonerated. Some were even compensated financially for the years they spent in jail. The first president of the anti-communist Czechoslovakia and later president of the Czech Republic, Václav Havel, another guy who was adored among some of the academics here, he took personal ownership of public properties that had belonged to his wealthy family 40 years before. Havel, the man of peace, sent Czech troops into the Gulf War, into the war that killed 100,000 Iraqi civilians. Havel sent arms to the fascist regime in Thailand. Havel voted with the United States to condemn human rights violations in Cuba, but he's never uttered a word of condemnation of human rights in El Salvador, Colombia, Guatemala, Indonesia, Thailand, and any other U.S. client state. Havel, the great Democrat, signed a law that made the advocacy of communism a felony with a penalty of up to 8 years imprisonment. He signed another law barring communists and former communists from employment in all public agencies. Havel warned labor unions not to involve themselves in politics. Some militant unions had their property taken from them and handed over to compliant company unions. In the Czech and Slovak republics, former aristocrats or their heirs were being given back all the lands and estates they had held before 1918 under the Austro-Hungarian autocracy. Prince Franz Joseph lives, including, by the way, all the new homes that were built on these lands. In Latvia and Lithuania, communist leaders have been tortured and imprisoned for protesting free market inequities. Some are held without any trial. When Estonia held its first free election, in quotes, in 1992, 42% of the population were disqualified from citizenship and prohibited from voting because of their Russian, Ukrainian, Belarusian, or Jewish antecedents. Oh, the flowering of democracy works its wonders in mysterious ways, especially in the free market. In 1990, as the Soviet Union was preparing for its fatal plunge into the free market paradise, Bruce Gelb, who was head of the USIA, told a reporter that the Soviets would benefit from U.S. business education because, quote, the vipers, the bloodsuckers, the middlemen, that's what they need. That's what needs to be rehabilitated in the Soviet Union. That's what makes our kind of country click. Quoted in the Washington Post, Bruce Gelb, one of the leading intellectuals of the Republican Party. The vipers and bloodsuckers have arrived in Russia, Eastern Europe, and China. Consumer goods are more abundant than ever. Thousands of luxury cars are on the streets of cities like Moscow and Prague. Rents and real estate prices have skyrocketed. Stock exchanges have sprung up all over China, Russia, and Eastern Europe. A new class of investors, speculators, and racketeers are wallowing in.
See, he doesn't. I commented on this before. He mentions China as like where communism has been overthrown, but China, and he also mentioned Vietnam as a remaining socialist state. But China and Vietnam followed very similar paths. You know, they both kept their Communist Party dominated regimes and introduced market reforms, right? So I don't know why. That's just weird. Like, why is he treating communism as if it's been overthrown in China? You know, his idea of what communism is.
Wealth. And with that accumulation of wealth comes, with the enrichment of the few comes the impoverishment of the many. The professed goal in these countries is no longer to provide a better life for everyone, but to improve opportunities for individuals to pursue personal gain and amass great fortunes. So what has this brought for the many? a dramatic rise in unemployment, homelessness, drug addiction, air and water pollution, tuberculosis, cholera, polio, prostitution, teenage rape, child abuse, and just about every other social ill. Beggars, pimps, dope pushers, and other hustlers ply their trade as never before. In countries like Russia and Hungary, the suicide rate has climbed 50% in a few years. There's been a decline in nutritional levels and a sharp deterioration in health. 1/3 of Russian men now never live to the age of 60. The death rate has risen nearly 20% for East German women in their late 30s, and nearly 30% for men of the same age. In contrast, where communist governments are still in power, Cuba, North Korea, and Vietnam, death rates continue to fall, according to...
The communist government is in power in China, too. Communist Party to go away in China. And Vietnam did the same thing China did. I don't like what explains this like weird lack of cognitive dissonance on his part about this like extremely specific thing. I don't really get it. Anyway,
to that communist publication, the New York Times. That's where I got that one. Prominently displayed on page 24A on the lower left-hand side in the deep on the. It was the 26th paragraph of a long article. Occupational safety is now almost non-existent, and workplace injuries and deaths have drastically climbed. In China, there are workers who now put in...
Also, that sort of remark about how things are sort of better in the remaining communist states. I'm not sure. Like, it sounds like, I mean, that remark was probably misguided at that time, right? Which is, because at that time, Cuba and North Korea were not doing well. Right. After the Soviet Union fell, things were very bad for both of those countries. But even today, like that comment has had to have aged like terribly, right? Because I haven't looked at like the specific statistics, but those countries are basically teetering, right? Teetering on the edge of collapse, right? The North Korea is now dependent on like the black market, global black market, and like cryptocurrency to survive. Right. And, not so long ago, I wrote an article about it in my blog. There were uprisings in Cuba because of the difficulties of people not being able to buy luxury goods, but not being able to buy basic necessities. So I don't, and I don't know. Maybe I'll just say this now, but the sort of obvious disadvantage, right, of this political economic mode of analysis that he's engaged in, as I was saying before, right? Where it's like, the Soviet Union had inefficiencies in its later life because, there just wasn't enough small business. The plan was inefficient. There were bad incentives, whatever. And then, the Soviet Union fell because of, anti-communists or whatever. It sort of ignores like the actual reason for all of that stuff. Like the reason that the Soviet Union was stagnating at least by the 70s, is because the world economy in the 70s took a shit. Okay. Real production experienced a dramatic decline in the 70s. And it's a decline that we are still in, right? None of that has recovered, right? That decline is still happening. It's getting worse, right? And that's what explains all of this like financialization that people associate with neoliberalism. Because in times where real production is declining, the only way you can make up for that in profits, quote unquote, make up for it. It's not really, you don't really make up for it in profits, but the only way you can sort of stay afloat is by financial speculation, which is basically just like, loaning out money to people who eventually will not be able to pay for it, and then you get 2008. But anyway, so so that because of that's the reason why this like Soviet so-called socialist model of political economy, where the state sort of directs production and capital is accumulated according to the plan of the state. That's why that fell apart, right? Became way too, and with the attendant expansive welfare state, that became way too expensive, and way too inefficient in a time where production is on the global decline, real production. And the welfare states in the West that enjoyed considerable post-war success up until the period of neoliberalism. The reason you get the period of neoliberalism with Thatcher and Reagan in the 80s is because even the welfare states in the West, where the economy is still, private, by and large, those become too expensive in a period of declining real production. And so the reason you get China liberalizing, Vietnam liberalizing, Cuba and North Korea living on a shoestring for the next however long it's been, 30 years, the Soviet Union collapsing, Yugoslavia is a bit of a different story, but the Soviet Union collapsing, right? That's because this type of political economy is no longer supported by a decline in real production, by a crisis of the capitalist world system. And and Michael Parenti, analyzing the sort of, obvious sort of surface level stuff about misincentives and lack of small business and an ossified plan, inefficient plan, and people with and anti-communists, right? He thus isn't able to grasp what was really going on there, which was a crisis in capitalism as a world system, which every single socialist state was a part of.
12 to 16 hours a day for subsistence pay without regularly getting a day off. The market reforms in China have wrought a return of child labor. See, that's why U.S. leaders like China, but they don't like Cuba. You hear these people say, well, we're friends with China, but we're still hostile to Cuba. How irrational. Just because you don't understand the policy, it doesn't mean they don't understand it. The key is the relationship of capital to labor. And in China, labor is being imprisoned. And in China, capital has been unleashed in its rawest, most vicious free market way. And that's not true.
Is he willing to say this about labor during the Stalin era, where absenteeism was a crime, where you had Stakhanovism, where people were worked, and the only people who were paid at all for it, for the increase in intensity of work, where it was a small layer of people, and everybody else who was really doing the work was experienced no increased compensation for it? Or does he, that's not important. That was socialism, so it's not worth my moral outrage.
In Cuba, nobody works 12 to 14 hours a day. In Cuba,
Cuban socialism, there was a period in the history of Cuban so-called socialism where people were literally politically exhorted to work without pay. He wants to talk about how great work is in Cuba. Give me a fucking break.
Human services haven't been cut back, and that's a problem with Cuba. That's where Cuba still has to reform.
Finally, people clap for his melodrama. It took a long fucking time. At least to my memory, it did.
In Eastern Europe and Russia, worker vacation resorts, clinics, cultural centers, daycare centers, and other features that used to make communist enterprises something more than just workplaces, they have just all about disappeared. Worker rest homes have been redone as gambling casinos and nightclubs for the nouveau riche. School lunches, which were once free or very low price, are too costly for many pupils. Hungry children now constitute a serious school problem. After only 1 year of its free market paradise, Russia saw its consumer spending drop almost 40%. Now, just to give you what that means, in the Great Depression, in the first 3 years, it took 3 years, in the first 3 years, consumer spending dropped 21% over 3 years. Now here, in 1 year, you had almost actually more like 38 something percent. In the former communist countries, 70 to 85%, it varies from country to country, 70 to 85% now live below or not far above the poverty level, many of them in absolute economic desperation. The eastern countries are also, and this may be one of the most significant points, they also are being recolonized by Western capital. The pattern of trade is becoming third world. If you look at third world countries, you find they do very little trade with
the pattern of trade in Cuba is third world. Cuba is engaged in unequal exchange. Always has been. That's been the case ever. Like, so, the kind of production that you get in unequal exchange for peripheral countries is one in which the peripheral country has to export staple goods, right? Has to or has to export food and raw materials principally, right? And Cuba, under Batista and going all the way back, insofar as Cuba had been a part of the world economy, was no exception. It relied on the export of sugar. And that didn't change for even a second after Castro took power, right? The glorious Cuban Revolution did not change any of that, right? We've got people have Che's face on their shirt. And yet, Cuba, to this day, remains dependent on selling its sugar crop on the world market. So there is, like, Cuba is the third world. The Cuban socialism did not change that, unfortunately. So-called socialism, right? You changed the world, or you took state power, but you didn't change the world. I'm sorry to say.
Each other, even right next door.
And that's what Parenti wants us to, to repeat, right? We need to take, people in I don't know where, fucking, Bangladesh. People in Bangladesh need to take power. So, or communists in Bangladesh need to take state power, so that instead of making garments for Western brands, we make garments under the authority of the Communist Party and sell them on the world market.
All their economies are geared to the West, extracted from the West. That's exactly what's happening now in Eastern Europe, where there used to be an enormous trade between the various Eastern European and Soviet Union countries. There's very little trade between them now. Almost all of it is with the West. The West has come in and has pretty much taken over.
Yeah, because originally it was Russia with whom they were engaged in unequal exchange.
Multinational corporations are moving into Russia to exploit the vast oil, gas, and mineral reserves with enormous profits and little benefit going to the people. Big private companies will enjoy easy loans, cheap labor, speed-ups, broken labor unions, and no taxes. It's the third world all over again, ladies and gentlemen. U.S. timber interests with the financial support from a venture fund sponsored by the Pentagon, our tax money, are preparing to clear-cut the Siberian wilderness, a region that holds 1/5 of the planet's forests and is the habitat of rare species. And this is being done over the protests of US and Russian environmentalists. Private investment has brought a decrease rather than an increase in production. Understand that. State enterprises are being driven into bankruptcy as private investment comes in. In the Czech Republic, nearly 80% of all enterprises have been privatized, and most of them have been decapitalized. They've been rubbed out, in effect. Industrial production shrank by 2/3. In Poland, with privatization, production has shrunk about 1/3. In Macedonia, one of the breakaway republics of Yugoslavia, a labor representative noted, quote, "Privatization seems to mean the destruction of our companies. Macedonians complain about how work has taken over their lives. One has no time to care about others. There's no time even for oneself, only time for work and for making money." That was on the PBS report. Thousands of cooperative farms have been forcibly broken up over the protests of their members. Agricultural output has consequently plummeted in these countries. The new private farmers find they can't produce for a commercial market. They're unable to get loans or seeds or machinery. They're rapidly losing their holdings, or they're reverting to subsistence farming. Hungary's agricultural cooperatives, which, by the way, was one sector of the socialist economy that performed very well. But with privatization breaking up the cooperatives, farm output has plunged 40%, according to that biased communist publication, the Los Angeles Times. Now that's not stupid. That's not irrational or wasteful. That's the goal. The goal is to decapitalize Eastern industry and agriculture so it doesn't compete on the European market, to turn it into a colonized third world, a cheap labor, a cheap resource region. 1992, the Lithuanian government decreed
a region, like Cuba.
that former owners and their descendants could reclaim land and other property confiscated during the socialist era. That meant that tens of thousands of farming families.
Third time's the charm, shush.
About 70% of the rural population has been evicted from land that they worked for over half a century, completely destroying the country's agricultural base in the process. In East Germany, much of the industrial and agricultural production was destroyed to prevent competition with heavily subsidized Western firms and farms. East Germans have a very interesting series of complaints that they're making now with unification. They complain that the net flow of money has been from the East to the West in what amounts to the colonization of the East. They complain that the free market is a myth, that the Western economy is fully regulated and rigged against the interests of the East. They complain that West German police are much more brutal than were the East German police. That if West Germany had denazified anywhere near as thoroughly as they're forcing the East to desocialize, they would have had a totally different country. A startling discovery made by citizens from communist countries is the amount of bureaucracy in the West. Soviet immigrants in Canada have complained that, quote, bureaucracy here was even worse than at home, according to an article by Hans Blumenfeld, Monthly Review. East Germans now under West German rule are staggered by the flood of complicated forms they have to fill out for taxes, health insurance, life insurance, unemployment compensation, job retraining, rent subsidies, bank accounts. Because of the kind of personal information they have to give, they feel less privacy than in the GDR, according to a report in Z Magazine. In Russia, organized crime now extorts tributes from 80% of all enterprises. Its tentacles reach right into the top echelons of government. Contract murders number in the thousands every year. Street crime has also sharply increased. In Hungary, there's been a 50% increase in murder since the fall of communism. According to the New York Times, the police force in Prague, in the Czech Republic, today is many times greater than it was under communism, when relatively few police were needed. Now, isn't that interesting? Very few police in the communist police state. Figure that out. I don't get it. Is there something they're not telling me?
Yeah, I mean that doesn't. Soviet Union was a police state. I don't know. It got more lax, after Stalin's death in the post-Stalin period, but it was a police state. It actually Russia today remains a police state. Didn't change. So yeah, under the Tsar, Russia was a police state with the Okhrana, the Tsarist secret police, right? Under the Soviet Union, first the Russian Socialist Federation, or the what was it called? It was called the Russian. Yeah, I mean, I think it was called the Russian Socialist Federal Republic, and that became its name, I think, after the Soviet Union was constructed. But anyway, so then under the Bolsheviks and the Soviet Union later, you had the Cheka, the Bolshevik secret police, then the KGB. There were some other names I think the Soviet secret police went under, but most famously the KGB. Then you have now under Putin the FSB. So it's been a police state the entire time. Communism. Communism, right? The idea. Let's just keep on this train, right? Marx's idea, okay, as I said before, was the dissolving of the state into the free community of producers, right? This is his critique of Hegel. Hegel thinks that the state, by becoming a constitutional monarchy, can be an expression of the freedom of the community. And Marx says that's impossible because the state is always a body that stands above society and manages it from above. Okay? This is why he salutes the Paris Commune, right? Where Paris came under the control of a worker militia. So Marx's idea of the transition to communism, of the proletarian dictatorship, is the dissolving of the state into the community of free producers. But yet, when the Bolsheviks come to power, and throughout the lifetime of the Soviet Union, the police state, the secret police, are preserved. And then they still exist after the Soviet Union collapses. So the Soviet state dissolves, but not into the community of free producers.
There's been a drastic decline in cultural life. Theaters are now sparsely attended because tickets are so prohibitively expensive. Publicly owned movie industries in countries like Russia, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and the GDR that occasionally produced some worthwhile films are being defunded or bought out by Western interests. And they're now-
That's also interesting because there was this sort of, under the Bolsheviks, what you can say about early Bolshevik rule was that it allowed this big artistic revolution, architectural, film. Great Russian films were produced in that period. Art, this huge artistic revolution. Then Stalin comes to power. All right, fuck all of that. If you do any of that anymore, knock on your door. Instead, all artistic expression is directed toward glorifying the state. Thus, you get socialist realism, which is, something that contemporary tankies decorate their internet accounts with. And there's a film made during the Stalin period. It's called, I forget what it's called. Forget the title, but there's a film made talking about about a father who neglects his son because he's dedicating all of his time to being a factory manager. And the Soviet Union under Stalin, the Soviet state, censors the film because it's clearly critiquing the relations of production in the Soviet Union. So, under communism, the critique of uh, the critique of all that exists becomes a crime. We can't have ruthless critique of all that exists under communism, so-called communism, so-called socialism, so-called dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry.
Now making cartoons, TV commercials, and music.
And that's not something that, Parenti wants to discuss. Even when he discusses, the problems with the Soviet Union. It's just, Stalin was autocratic. There were inefficiencies later in the Soviet Union's life, right? There was some repression. But there's no critique of the political economy of existing socialism. There's no Marxism here, right?
Music videos. Movie theaters in the Eastern countries are being taken over by Western chains, and they now offer many of the same Hollywood junk films that we have the freedom to see. Subsidies for the arts.
I think the movie that I was just talking about was called like Father Like Son, something like that. Anyway.
Subsidies for the arts and literature have been severely cut. During the communist era, 3 out of every 5 books produced in the world were produced in the Soviet Union, including inexpensive but quality classics and classics and books by contemporary authors from Latin America and Africa and Asia, and poets from all over the world. Today, as the cost of books, periodicals, and newspapers have skyrocketed, today, as education has declined, readership has shrunk almost to third world levels. Books of a Marxist or otherwise critical left perspective have been removed from bookstores and libraries throughout almost all these countries. In East Germany, the Writers Association reported one instance in which 50,000 tons of books, some of them brand new, were buried in a dump after unification. The German officials can't quite get themselves to burn them like in the old days. Education is now accessible only to those who can afford the costly tuition. Curricula have been depoliticized, as they call it, meaning that a left perspective critical of imperialism and capitalism has been replaced by a conservative one. The same thing has happened in the news media. Both public and private media have been purged of leftists and restaffed by persons with acceptable ideological orientations, so that they're almost indistinguishable from our own media. This process of moving toward a pro-capitalist ideological monopoly has been described in the Western media as democratization and reform. There's also been a very sharp increase in gender inequality. The new Russian constitution eliminates provisions that guaranteed women the right to paid maternity.
Yeah, I don't think you want to go there, right? Because, I don't doubt what I mean, look, the restoration of capital. There was no restoration of capitalism. The neoliberal transformations that were imposed on the former Soviet Union after it collapsed were, horrible, right? There's no defending that. Only like the dumbest, sort of conservatives and right-wing libertarians will see what happened there as, salutary or whatever. But, maybe when he was going over the problems with the Soviet Union, he might want to have, and he was going to talk about gender inequality after the Soviet Union. Maybe he should have gone over the fact that, under Stalin, women were worked so hard that their birth rates dropped, and the solution of Stalin's regime was to outlaw abortion. And a sort of nationalist, nuclear family worshipping ideology was brought in under Stalin that led to, Russian women being rewarded not for the back-breaking labor that they were doing with medals and so on, but for having a lot of children. So but we can't talk about that because that would be left anti-communist if we talked about that, right? We'd be Newt Gingrich if we talked about that.
Leave prenatal care, job security during pregnancy, affordable daycare centers, and all that. In all communist countries, about 90% of the women had jobs. Today, in the post-communist countries, women compose over 2/3 of the unemployed. Women are being driven from the professions in disproportionate numbers and are now advised against getting professional.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's true that under the Soviet Union, the women were able to enter the workforce where they hadn't been under, like, the Tsar. But entering the workforce meant backbreaking labor. So it wasn't exactly women's liberation, even if there was some improvement. That was apparently, according to what he's saying, reversed.
Training. Prostitution is the one booming industry open to enterprising women in the free market, catering to foreign and domestic businessmen. Divorce, abortion, and birth control are more difficult to obtain. The financial...
Yeah, you know how, abortion, that thing that was outlawed under fucking Stalin, under Soviet socialism.
And psychological independence that women used to enjoy under socialism is pretty much gone.
Psychological independence that women enjoyed under okay, listen. So let's do some history of sort of policy with regard to women in Russian socialism, quote unquote, right? So under the Bolsheviks, Alexander Kollontai, a Bolshevik, she developed a sort of Bolshevik women's movement that was aimed at empowering women, at getting them involved in the revolution and getting them involved in transforming their lives. And it was sort of ignored by the Bolsheviks. They didn't really care about that. They didn't care about her efforts to introduce transformation in gender relations into the Russian Revolution after the Bolsheviks took power. There were also things about, free love, people having autonomy in their relationships, that the Bolsheviks mainline Bolsheviks sort of sneered at. They thought that was all that shit was besides the point. Then, you get the entry of women into the workforce. Again, under Stalin, they're subject to backbreaking labor for all of that. Birth rates go down, so Stalin, the Stalin regime outlaws abortion instead of lightening the workload on the women that they're exploiting. And once again, Stalin puts emphasis on the nuclear family, that old patriarchal structure that us leftists are purportedly against. Women rewarded not for their backbreaking labor, given medals because they had a bunch of children, because they were baby factories.
You see how your own personal psychological independence is in part determined by social structures and social arrangements, what your options are, what your opportunities are, and all that. And that can be destroyed. In Russia, instances of sexual harassment and violence against women have increased sharply, as in the other countries. In Russia, the number of women murdered, primarily by husbands or boyfriends, has skyrocketed from 5,000 to 15,000 in the first 3 years of the free market paradise, for 50,000 a year. An additional 57,000 women were seriously injured in such assaults in 1994. These official figures, they understate the level of violence. The Communist Party committees that used to intervene in cases of domestic abuse no longer exist. Throughout Eastern Europe and Russia, many people now grudgingly, they're admitting that life was better under communism. I mean, that's even grudgingly being reported in the U.S. media. So it must be a lot of people saying this. I keep hearing it so much, even in the U.S. media. There's a joke that circulated in Russia in 1992, after the first year of the free market paradise, and it went like this. Question: what did capitalism accomplish in 1 year that communism could not do in 70 years? Answer: make communism look good.
It's sort of interesting how a joke like that get someone like Michael Parenti, a supposed revolutionary, right? To pine for the days of so-called communism, right? Which in that joke is only said to look quote unquote good in comparison to the like neoliberal capitalism that replaced it. Right? Maybe that should make you reflect on how you know, the whole project of existing socialism so called was only maybe marginally better than the capitalism, right, that we're supposed to be um charting an alternative to, you know. I mean, look, workers were aware of this. Workers in existing socialist societies were aware of this. They were aware of the fact that they traded one boss for another. Okay, they were aware, right, of, the state capitalism. It was workers, it was trade unionists who were saying that existing socialism was state capitalism. But that's left. They're all left anti-communists. They're all Newt Gingrich. Look, listen, trade union activist. I know that you say that not much has changed since you still have to sell your labor power to survive. But look, don't be an left anti-communist, comrade. Okay, you sound like Newt Gingrich.
Reacting to the pain of the free market, Eastern European voters have begun returning communists to power. In Russia, too. Bringing them back into power to preside over the ruin and wreckage left by capitalist restoration. Socialism, the system that didn't work, provided everyone with some measure of security. Capitalism, the system that works, has brought a free-falling economy and mass misery. And I don't think, nor are these conditions just part of a temporary transition period. That's what we heard all the time. I remember Tom Brokaw, when he was in Russia, interviewing a guy and saying, well, but before you can go up, you got to go down. This is some law of physics he just invented, There's a painful transition period that you can work through. In fact, nations can stay a long time in capitalist depression, with vast capital accumulation for the few and poverty for the many. Look at Latin America. And these communist nations, I think, like all so-called developing nations, are likely to remain in poverty indefinitely, so that a privileged few can continue to enjoy unlimited opulence. Well, the people...
Is that like how in the last days of the Soviet Union, Russia became an oil field for the West and has remained so right up until, the war with Ukraine, such that the sanctions on Russia, create a reverb effect that led to all kinds of inflation in the rest of the world.
Of these Eastern countries wanted to be like America, at least a lot of them did, not knowing what America was like. And instead they ended up being more like the capitalist third world, the same direction that capitalist America is being pushed into. They've suffered, by the way, a momentous historical defeat. And the third world struggles have suffered a tremendous defeat because they can no longer get aid from East Germany or Soviet Union.
I don't understand this stuff about aid to third world struggle. The post-Stalin period was a period in which peaceful coexistence was emphasized, i.e., right, basically the Soviet Union's job was to prevent revolutionary movements outside of its purview. So I'm not sure what he's talking about, the days of aiding revolutionaries in other countries were gone, very not so long into the Soviet Union's life.
And what do we learn from this? What I learned is that capitalism is not a benign system, brothers and sisters. It goes after everything. It leaves not a social program in place. It leaves not a tree standing. It leaves not a job or a home or a child feeling secure. It is a ruthless, self-devouring system that will take us and the planet down with it if we don't fight back, if we don't rein it in.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with that, right? I mean, look, partly, there's something to be said for the fact that, like, leftists will still say things like, we have to make sure that capitalism doesn't continue for another 100 years or whatever. That's not in the cards. I got to tell you, capitalism is in a crisis situation, right? It is in a structural crisis. It's not lasting the next 40, 50 years, right? It may not even last the next 30, right? So the conservative forces that you're going to have to fight, reactionary forces, whatever you want to call them, right-wing forces, they're going to be more and more interested in, just like us, deciding what's going to come next after capitalism. And if they succeed, rather than we succeed, capitalism is just going to be replaced with another form of inequality, another form of exploitation, another form of unfreedom, right? So yes, we have to fight like hell to make sure that we get to decide what comes next. But I got to tell you, we're not going to do that by taking state power. That failed. I'm sorry to tell you. Call me a left anti-communist if you want. But I actually would like to see communism, right? I would actually like to achieve communism, right? And not just opine for the recreation of a state capitalism that won't be coming back anyway, right? Remember, the structural crisis of the world system is not going to be supporting, the recreation of the Soviet Union. I'm sorry to tell you. It's not even going to be supporting, the recreation of social democracy. There's a reason that Jeremy Corbyn and Bernie Sanders, only made like comparatively small headway. There's a reason that, the pink tide in Latin America, right, was unable, right, to stop the neoliberal extraction policies, right, that were, that the indigenous people of Latin American societies complained about. They complained that it continued under people like, Morales. And there's a reason that, that was quickly reversed in favor of, few years of a black tide, if you want to call it that, right-wing regimes. And so now we're getting the return, of people like Lula replacing Bolsonaro. But Lula was able to carry out a massive redistribution of wealth. And that's why he's, popular in Brazil still, right? That's why he was able to defeat Bolsonaro. But even under PT rule, that was quickly reversed by the contingencies of the world economy. And that led, that enabled right-wing forces in Brazil to use corruption as a way to get the PT out of power. Say, look, all these PT officials, they're corrupt, right? We get Dilma Rousseff out of power, and we replace her with Temer, and then we get Bolsonaro. Put Lula in jail on trumped up charges. So it's not coming back. I'm sorry to tell you. If you want for the first time, a relatively free, or a relatively democratic, relatively egalitarian, free human society, it's not going to come by parading Stalin banners in the streets like the CPG-BML, those transphobic pieces of garbage, do. It's not going to come from Michael Parenti lamenting existing socialism and calling other leftists anti-communists for not being willing to do the same.
If you want to see what our worst future might be, just look at what's happening in Eastern Europe. We can see the future, and it doesn't work. The loss is also in the West. Capitalism with a human face has become capitalism in your face. They no longer have to worry about competing. They no longer have to tell their workers, you've got it better than in the communist countries. They no longer have to do that. They no longer have to tell the third world countries. They're saying, you don't like it? It's too bad. This is what it is. They're going for everything, and they want everything. There's only one thing that the ruling classes of history have ever wanted, and that's everything. Socialism was overthrown not because it failed, but because it succeeded, at least in part. That is, siege socialism created a society that survived and that was ready to move to consumerism, a dialectic that undermined itself.
Oh, yes, we're bringing in dialectics. Strap in, people. The Leninists have decided that they want to use dialectics. You know, Hegelian stuff that none of them actually understand.
I think we also then have to pay attention to human nature. We must realize that people are a lot more complex. I remember talking to the East German ambassador in Washington, the GDR, just as things were collapsing. The last reception they had there, I said to him, why did you make such junky cars, those two-cylinder putt-putt cars that everybody scorned? He said, well, we didn't want to put it into cars because environmentally they're so wasteful, they're so costly. We thought if we built up a good good, rational, efficient, low-cost, effective mass transit system, low polluting, that would be the way people would go. And we wouldn't give them such desirable cars. And we were wrong because he said Germans like their machines, I guess. Well, it's not Germans, it's Pakistanis, it's Americans, it's Latin Americans, it's all over the world. The automobile, they're crazy for it. See, if you give people the choice between a sane, rational, clean mass transit system or the automobile with its personal empowerment, its privacy, its status, its instant mobility, they go for the automobile. And this is what was happening. So we've got to understand that people often don't act the way we want. He made a very revealing statement. He said, we thought that if we built a good society, we would have good people. But that's not necessarily true. Well, it's debatable whether that was a good society, indeed. But the point is a very interesting one, that we have to look at the complexities of people, that people have a tremendous capacity for discontent, for wanting more and more. A human organization is a very hard and difficult and often self-defeating thing, that the more you organize it, often the standard operating procedure often leaves you dysfunctional.
It's interesting that he invokes dialectics, right? And then laments the fact that human beings often struggle for more. I mean, but that was like the point, even in Hegel, right? The guy who came up with this dialectic stuff, right? I'm not sure if Michael Parenti has ever read a word of Hegel in his life. I'm sure most Leninists never even touched the stuff, right? Their dialectics they learned from Dialectical and Historical Materialism by Joseph Stalin, right? Even in Hegel, the idea was that is what makes human life worth living. Human beings want freedom. They want to extend their freedom. That is what being a human being is about. So even if you get communism, right? Even let's say it's not state capitalism, right? Now, of course, the struggle for freedom continued under state capitalism, right? Because state capitalism was just another form of unfreedom, right? Capitalist unfreedom, right? And so, the mainline actual, resistance to state capitalism was not, Lacfluenza or, right-wingers who are in power after the Soviet Union collapses and right-wing intellectuals and people that want a fancy car. The resistance to state capitalism was 1956, 1953, when workers in East Germany and Hungary rose up to take control of society away from the state socialist bureaucracy, right? It was the people who carried out uprisings in Soviet gulags that were repressed, right? It was the people of the Prague Spring who rose up demanding a democratic form of socialism that they never ended up getting. And that all of those uprisings were repressed by Soviet imperialism. People aren't going to like that term, Soviet imperialism, right? I got news for you. You can apply Lenin's analysis of imperialism to every single socialist state, right? Imperialism, in Lenin's conception, is not, when the United States overthrows a democratically elected leader and backs a dictatorship, right? Imperialism, in Lenin's conception, is the world economy. It is the capitalist world system. And so Soviet imperialism repressed those uprisings in its satellite states. Hopefully I'm coming in still when my voice lowers a little bit. But anyway, that was the struggle for freedom under existing socialism. And even when communism comes, if and when you get communism, that is not the end of the struggle for human freedom, because the human being continues. That's not the end of human history. It is the beginning of human history, where the struggle for freedom takes on the meaning of people in a free society who want to develop even further. That's what dialectics is about, right? It's not just some buzzword that you get to use when you recognize the interplay of forces in society, right? And interestingly, if you want to do a dialectical analysis of how the Soviet Union, right, ended up back at capitalism, right, that analysis is one that shows you that the Bolsheviks did not transform the world, right? Capitalism was strong when they took power, and so they were recuperated into capitalism, right? The Soviet Thermidor, right? The internal Soviet counter-revolution, the transformation of communism into its opposite, was something that took place the second any of these parties took power. If you want to call me an anti-communist because of that, go ahead. See how much it matters to me.
For other kinds of things, that there are particular individuals waiting for their opportunities to be as rapacious and exploiting and victimizing as they can be. They are worse than any creature in the jungle, because the creatures in the jungle don't prey and kill just for the fun of it. Human nature, I'm one of the few Marxists in the world that says human nature has to be looked at. I also say it exists. The usual view is, well, I don't know what you mean. You start talking about human nature. You see, the conservatives have so used human nature as a concept to justify the horrible social arrangements that we do have, that we on the left have had this silly reaction, which is to say it doesn't exist. What do you mean it doesn't exist? If human beings don't have a nature, we're the only entity in the whole universe that does. All things have a nature. This lectern has a nature. This microphone has a nature, not a very good one. This plant has a nature. We all have a nature. Oh, we're more like clay, and we're very malleable. Well, even clay has a nature. You can spread it just so far. You got to keep it moist. It can crack. It can do things. There are limits. And we have to then have expectations and understandings of these things and not be so naively enamored with our ideology as to not look at what people are actually doing and capable of. I think human nature is horrible. I think it's terrible. I think human beings, if you read history, it's just horrible. It's just horrible and disgusting. And horrifying, the atrocities, the murder, the torture, the plunder, the madness of it. I mean, you can't read history without coming away feeling a very, very odd feeling about your own species, especially the male gender in it, you know? It's really amazing. They're horrible creatures. The women applaud, the men sit silently. But that's all the more reason. That's all the more reason why we need strong political organization. That's all the more reason why we need a liberating ideology. That's all the more reason why we need democracy. And democracy, we also have to keep power out of the hands of these avaricious ones.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting, right? I mean, there are some, yes, on the left who want to say that human nature is like, a myth or whatever. I suppose I was one of them at a time. But look, Marx's point, right, was not that human nature didn't exist. Marx's point was that human beings do have a nature. There is a human nature, but that human nature is not a static transhistorical thing, right? Human nature is the concrete nature of real human beings engaged in real social relationships that are historically contingent and that develop, right, according to the ways in which human beings develop, right? And that nature is characterized by the struggle for freedom that every single human being on the planet is a part of, right? Has always been a part of, right? The reason that revolutions are a constant thing in human history, uprisings are a constant thing in human history, the reason that resistance to tyranny is a constant in human history, right? One of the very few, is because human beings are free beings, right? And beings that aspire towards freedom, right? Beings that want to intentionally transform the way that we relate to ourselves in the environment such that, right, we can live better in it. Right? That's human nature, right? But instead, what, this so-called Marxist has done, right, in the wake of the defeat of existing socialism, is to take human nature and abstract it away from its real historical development and look at it in terms of the horrible things that have taken place in human history to say, look, the reason we need communism is not because human beings aspire to freedom, it's because human beings, they can't be trusted, they're terrible. So communism needs to sort of like keep them from being as terrible as possible. This is very Marxist.
Especially. Is Marxism irrelevant? Is it bankruptcy of Marxism? No, Marxism is a system of analysis that critiques existing capitalism and imperialism. It has relatively little to say about socialism. In the communist countries...
Yeah, this is just like bullshit, right? The point of the critique of political economy, for Marx anyway, I'm not so sure about these Marxists that come after him, right? But for Marx, the point of the critique of political economy, the point of telling you, right, how capitalism works, the point of telling you what the limits of capitalism are, is to show, right, how those limits can be transformed, right, into the real beginning of human history, right? The point is that we critique capitalism to show what a truly human society would be, to show that capitalism is not that society, and there is such a society that we can achieve if we work towards that goal, right? So Marx had lots to say about socialism. It's a stupid myth that he had nothing to say about what would replace capitalism, right? Marx was a communist. Marx was a socialist because of his critique of capitalism, right? It's true that Marx never wrote a book called The Affirmation of Socialism, as opposed to the critique of capitalism, where he describes how socialism would work. But what he does do, right, if you actually read his critique of political economy, is he uses his critique of political economy to describe how a truly human society would be, right? He talks about, right? He does not talk about the free association of producers for like no reason, right? That means something to him. And it's just like, showing the bankruptcy of people who call themselves Marxists in the 21st century, that they say things like, oh, Marx didn't say very much about socialism.
Marxism was doled out like a catechism. It didn't even relate to their lives. It was like us studying feudalism. It had to do with a different set of social relations than the one they had, although they were desperately in need.
Oh, yeah. So, look, the reason that people didn't relate to the Marxist ideology in the Soviet Union that they were taught is because, they were living in socialism, not capitalism, and Marx was describing capitalism. Yeah, so then why, right, under the Soviet Union was the first chapter of Capital that dealt with the commodity band. Right? Yeah, we don't have capitalism. That's why we can't, have Marx's talk of the commodity floating around our education system. Like, what kind of nonsense is this? Yeah, Peter Hudis, his stuff deals with that pretty extensively.
Of a critical theory of their own about their system, as I tried to, in a very sketchy way, map out here today. I mean, I've tried to do an awful lot. I mean, go the whole range of the thing, and I know I haven't succeeded all that much in any of it, but anyway, you get what I'm doing. We need a strong alternative movement to move both against the Republicrats and Democrats, and not just locally, but nationally and internationally. We need more militancy and resistance. What can we do about it? If that's going to be the question, I'm going to answer it right now, so don't ask it. There are no easy answers. What are you willing to do? We can all do a little more, a lot more than we are now doing. Just look at the tables around the hall and sign up and get active. And finally, remember this, that history, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, history never ends. The last page is never written. History is always being rewritten, and its best passages are not written by the princes or the presidents or the prime ministers or the popes. The best passages are written by the people. For all their faults, the people are all we have. In fact, we are they. Thank you. Bye. Yeah. The question is, on what basis did Andrei Sakharov not like the peace movement? Sakharov, from the same perspective that I'd say Ronald Reagan wouldn't like the peace movement. He had a totally pro-Reagan, anti-Soviet approach regarding the arms race, the East-West conflict, the Vietnam War. He thought was a good war that the U.S. was involved in, and it was sorry they didn't win it and all that stuff. But that's not known about Sakharov. I wanted to say something about human nature. I said that human nature is rotten and horrible. It's also grand and beautiful and mediocre and all those things. I mean, all that whole range of things are our nature. That's what we got to deal with, that whole big messy splash. Yeah, so questions here? Yeah.
Well, at least you walked it back a little bit. Yeah.
Wants me to comment on what appears to be a Russian imperialism in Eastern Europe and Afghanistan. Well, if you mean imperialism means the expropriation of the land, labor, resources, and technology of one country by ruling class of another country, it wasn't imperialism, because they brought in aid and they brought in stuff, and it was actually much more.
You know who also brought in stuff, right? Who developed, the host country, if you want. European colonialists. Was that not imperialism?
Advantageous to Eastern Europe. I would not call that imperialism. I would call that hegemony. That is, the Russians were hegemonic over Eastern Europe. They really wanted them. And that hegemony got tighter as the Cold War heated up and got the more uptight they got, the more they clamped down. In Afghanistan, I believe the Russians went in on the right side. They went in on the side of a left military against a right-wing mercenary force from Afghanistan, a feudal force. The feudal tribesmen and those people.
I don't know why he calls it feudal. It was not feudal, right? They were heads of tribes that formed what would become that formed the Mujahideen and then would become the Taliban. I don't know why he calls it feudal. But I mean, look, like the Soviet Union goes in, props up a puppet regime, right? He calls it left. I don't really care what ideology you want to assign it. He calls it left. And they bomb the shit out of Afghani villages to fight, the Mujahideen, right? And look, I have no love for the Mujahideen, right? I have no love for the Taliban. I hope sincerely that the Taliban is, destroyed, especially now that they're back in power. But they're on the right side. Yeah, the right side is when you fucking bomb villages.
Who had taken up arms because the Kabul government was calling for the equality of women, land reform, education of children, all these kind of things which they thought were just utterly horrible. And I think the Russians went in on the socially progressive side in Afghanistan, and the CIA went in on the retrograde side, and the retrograde side has won, and there's been terrible killings, and you can see what's happening now. They're just massacring, and they're still fighting and killing each other. A bunch of fanatical. So I don't see either of those as really a big problem. Yeah, I don't see them as proof of Russian imperialism or something. Yeah, Soviet imperialism. If I was Russian, would I be a Gorbachev voter? If I were, I'd be a rarity, an unusual creature. My opinion of Gorbachev was that he was well-intended, but he didn't understand power, and he didn't understand what he was up against. And Perestroika didn't seem to have any content. It wasn't clear what the hell it was. What was it that you were really restructuring and how? And then later, by 1991, he got pretty dirty under Yeltsin's influence, when he canceled the whole Supreme Soviet and told them to dissolve, and they wouldn't, and he forced the vote 3 times until they dissolved. He cut off microphones. So he became, toward the end, pretty much, by logic, he found himself caught up in a thing which got bigger than himself. And so I don't think too much of Gorbachev. I mean, I think personally he was a pretty decent guy, but the whole system unraveled under his auspices, and he never really saw what hit him, like a lot of the people. Yeah.
Someone's bringing up fascism.
She wants to know where the idea come that fascism was a left-wing movement, and why doesn't the right in this country support a strong centralized government in the traditional way that the right in Europe does, and is acting more like a local? Well, it depends what you mean by the right. If you mean the Montana militiamen who want to, just keep everybody off the front lawn or something, they're very local, it's true. But the right in this country uses this strong sense for strong central government or weak central government, depending on the particular issue. If it's Social Security, it wants to dismantle the government. If it's military defense and Pentagon, it wants the government to grow and grow and grow. So it depends what it is. If it's corporate welfareism, it supports government spending. If it's welfare for people who are down and out, it doesn't support it because that weakens their moral fiber. The fascist Nazis left. Well, they had a left-leaning wing, the SA, the stormtroopers under Ernst Röhm, but they were wiped out fairly early. Hitler used the SA to win the battle of the streets and take state power, and then he used the state to crush the SA. And the left tinge is simply, you get it with Pat Buchanan. It's a perfect mix. Pat Buchanan is against minimum wage. He's for the flat tax. He's for tax cuts for the rich. He's a right-wing reactionary. He's not that different from Steve Forbes, except he also has this little overlay of populist rhetoric and talks about the ordinary little working guy against the big corporations. He says that a couple of times, and whoa, wow. And that is to attract a mass base. The right always has to do that. The right represents 2% of the population. It has to find issues like abortion, school prayers, or populist rhetoric, whatever, to try to attract people and give the appearance that they're on your side. You see, racism is a very good issue for them to divide people against each other along ethnic lines. It has a complete success in the dismemberment of Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia, here's a country with a developing industrial base. They were turning out cars that were beginning to compete with the Germans. There was no room for Yugoslavia in Europe except as a colony. So you break it all up. You break it up in the name of freedom and autonomy and self-determination and the like. And you play on ethnic animosities to do that. What we have to understand is that identity politics can go just so far that even if you think that your greatest calling and mission and feeling of life is to realize the full experience of yourself as a Chicano lesbian, or whatever you are, you also have to remember that you're a working person, that you're breathing the same polluted air, that you're getting taxed up the kazoo, that you are being exploited, that you may not have a job, that you have to pay rent. You also have all those other issues and all the different identity groups that have been working so hard during the 80s and 70s to distinguish themselves, to develop their own autonomy, to separate themselves from everybody else, have to realize that they all have a common enemy, that they're going to do it to all of you. When they come, they will round up the gays, and they will round up the African Americans and the Chicanos, and they will even round up a lot of angry white males like me and others in this audience. And what we have to realize is that all these issues, many of these issues are interlinked. That is not to reduce. There are particular issues that have particular grievances and particular histories and agendas. Women's issues, gay issues, African American issues, they all have that. I'm not trying to reduce that to class struggle, but they all are linked in some way to class struggle, and they all face a common enemy. It is time for unity. It is time for people to start emphasizing the things that bring them together and not emphasizing the few things that might separate them.
I mean, that's a sort of like silly message, right? I mean, like, I'll say some stuff about what he said about fascism in a second, but on that last part about identity politics, like, look, the way that you overcome, right, the issues that are facing different sort of sections of the masses of people is not by just like uniting despite all the differences, right? No, you have to have a struggle within the movement. You have a struggle within the movement to say, look, yes, we're a labor movement. We want to fight the class struggle, but you don't fight the class struggle by ignoring the oppression and exploitation of Black workers. Right? You don't fight the class struggle by ignoring racism against workers of color. You don't fight the class struggle by ignoring sexism against working women, and even women who are not working women in the sense that they are part of the household. Because I got news for you: household reproduction is just as much a part of the lot that the working class are given under capitalism as going to work in a factory. Okay. Homemaking women are the working class too. They are workers. You don't fight the class struggle by ignoring what's going on in the United States right now, where Republicans are passing law after law in states to ban gender affirming care, to get anything that would ever educate any young people in schools about gender identity and sexuality out of the schools. You don't fight the class struggle by ignoring what just happened with Roe v. Wade in the United States. Okay? You don't fight the class struggle by ignoring the indigenous people who have to protest to protect their sacred land from being developed by fossil fuel companies. You don't fight the class struggle by ignoring the Got to be like the struggle for Palestinian self-determination that has gone on ever since 1948, ever since before that, ever since the British Mandate for Palestine. And so that means that, when the sort of members of the working class who don't have to deal with those issues, right? Who struggle, let's say, financially, but don't struggle on a racial basis, right? When they sort of demand that everybody fall behind the banner of unity, you say no. This movement needs to address this movement needs to address the struggle of the minority groups too. Right? That's what it is to be a movement for freedom, for liberation. So that's, a bunch of bullshit as far as I'm concerned. But then this other thing about like fascism, where like, the left tinge so-called in fascism is just because, right-wingers will use populist rhetoric to get popular support. I mean, that's just like emblematic of the failure of Marxists to properly analyze fascism, right? I mean, look, Mussolini's movement, right, started out as a nationalist section of the socialist movement that supported the First World War, right? It started as a movement of a movement of military equality among nationalist forces that would attack revolutionary syndicalists in Italy, right? And only became, once it comes into state power, then becomes the totalitarian, bureaucratic state, right? The National Socialism, so-called, which is really just, corporatism, right? The national syndicalism of the national syndicalists that supported Mussolini and thought that he would deliver worker control of production, right? That is the transformation of left-wing ideals into their opposite, right? It's the morphing of left-wing movements into chauvinistic right-wing movements, right? And the reason that they were able to have popular appeal is because they were able to act in that manner as revolutionary movements. Revolutionary movements, not in the sense that they were fighting for the liberation of humanity, but revolutionary movements in the sense that they wanted to overturn the status quo to create a more exclusive social order, right? Leftists have to stop doing this stuff where they say like, like fascism is just like, this plot by capitalism to become really tyrannical. It's not what it is, right? It's a complex phenomena, right? It's a nationalist right-wing revolutionary movement that could easily pervert left-wing values for that oppressive cause, right? That's something that Marxists have historically failed to understand. It's what led, the third period Comintern people who were supposedly analyzing fascism at that time to not be so worried about, the rise of the Nazis and be more worried about, the Social Democrats. And I won't defend the Social Democrats, by the way. I think they certainly had a hand in what became fascism. But, oh, and the point about National Socialism was this, like, National Socialism, quote unquote, really this sort of fascistic version of corporatism. Corporatism, by the way, doesn't mean the corporations are in power, right? What it means is that you have, this a regime built on this sort of class collaborationist unity of the workers, the people running industry, and the state, in a way that supposedly supersedes the class distinctions that are present within the national community, unifies them under the banner of the nation, right? At least in the fascist version. That was so-called National Socialism. It was not socialism, it's not actually, not socialism in the sense of that term that socialists would recognize, right? But it's again the taking of what were previously left-wing values and transforming them into a sort of right-wing nationalist program, right? That was the insidious aspect of fascism, right? The fact that despite being this exclusivist, repressive ideology, it could sell itself as a revolutionary movement that would benefit the masses of people, right? Ignoring that is just ignoring what made fascism tragically successful.
Parallel with Nazi Germany and what happened to the Jews because of the federal legislation against immigration in this country.
Yes. Does the anti-immigrant backlash here relate to parallel to the Nazis? Yeah, it's just what I just said, that you find groups, you find irrelevant enemies, and you take people with very real grievances, and you say your problem is due to whatever, the gays or the Jews or the immigrants or the welfare mothers or the feminists or this group, and you try to redirect people's legitimate grievances about legitimate things that have happened to them to these kind of irrelevant things. Dick Gregory, and I hope some of you went to.
Yeah, it seems really strange to just say, look, Nazi racism was just like ruling class misdirection. I mean, yeah, so, the Nazis murdered 6 million Jews, not because they were rabid ideological racists, right? But because, they wanted to pit the working class against itself. Like, what? This is the Marxist so-called analysis of fascism, right? Yeah.
The Unity March we had this past Sunday, Dick Gregory had a great point. He said, they say African American people are all on welfare, and then they say that with this affirmative action, African American people are taking away all the jobs from the whites. So now, which is it? Are we on welfare or we have your jobs? I thought it was a good point. Could we make sure the questions relate to, at least some way, relate to the content of tonight's talk? I also will not do punditry questions. I'm not part of the McLaughlin group. Nobody will ask me, who do you think will win the election, blah, blah, blah. What do you think will blah, blah, blah. None of those questions, okay. These have been pretty good questions. I mean, no Unabomber questions. Go ahead.
I loved your book, Inventing Reality. I think just the title alone is what makes sense to me because of the media concentration and the story that it tells us.
Did everybody hear this? That's very good.
When I read your book, it stimulated me to become much, much more aware. So I thank you for that. My question is...
Oh, why can't I get more questions like that? Thanks. It's always great to bring your sister along, I think.
I was shocked. Actually, I looked at your blue eyes. I was shocked when you said you were a Marxist. We were all outside going, he didn't say that in any of his books. So my question to you is this. I like the catechism thing, that the fact that it was never really implemented. My question to you, what is your perfect world? Because I think we all see communism and how it was presented in its, all its failings as very non-creative, very oppressive that way, that didn't have its creative outlets. What is your perfect world?
By the way, communism, let me just say, there was a lot of creative art. There was a lot of creative dance. The ballet was incredible. When Balanchine and those guys went to Moscow
Yeah, Stalin put an end to that.
after 30 years, they were struck by the incredible athletic, energetic, and powerful evolution that the ballet had taken. There was some good theater. I mean, it wasn't quite as bleak and bad as, and that's what I always said, it wasn't quite as bleak and bad as we kept hearing in the Western press. The perfect world, I mean, I don't have that. The essence of Marxism is that there is no perfect world. Even in the best of societies, there's going to be a lot of imperfect problems, and that problems are never always finally solved. I'm a bread and butter Marxist. I believe just in trying to get the basic justices to people and to stop the most horrendous injustices and to show how all these issues are linked. The issues of environmentalism, the issues of sexism, the issues of the breaking up and destruction of labor unions, the issues of unemployment, so forth. These are all linked. The issues of wars in other countries. I'm someday going to give.
Yeah, we're anti-war, but also socialism needs to extract surplus value to get into military conflicts.
Lecture called "How to Think About Politics," and just how to think and have just certain things. And that would be one of the things, though, is we're taught to see these different issues as distinct things. I mean, you get that on the air, and there's a little bulletin here, and in Bosnia that. And in well, the same people who brought you this are bringing you that, and we're doing that to you. The same people who are doing it to you this way are doing it to you that way. And even in our education, we have departments, and this reality is all compartmentalized in the departments, which isn't quite true. So if you're surprised that I'm a Marxist, it's because I very rarely write about Marx. I very rarely tell Marx. I just do Marx. I'm too busy doing it. Most Marxists write books talking to other Marxists, which is why nobody can understand them after a while. Well, Doug Dowd called that how many Marxists can dance on the head of a surplus value? That's what
Well, he's invoking Douglas Dowd now. Those of you who don't know, Douglas Dowd was an economist who wrote a lot. Is he still alive? Let's see. Douglas Dowd. Economist. Fuck you, Google. Hopefully this is the right person. Yes. No, he died in 2017. Pretty recently. Dowd was the son of a Jewish mother and Catholic father. The strong dislike for each side of the family for the other side led him during his youth to embrace an anti-religious attitude. Dowd came to be non-religious without saying if he was an atheist or an agnostic or an atheist. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, instead of reading Parenti, you should read Dowd. His books are very edifying. Capitalism and its Economics, I would suggest that heavily. Yeah, anyway, I guess it's just a side tangent, but
what I try to do.
Yeah, but he was an economist who wrote a lot of books criticizing mainstream economics. He was very interested in Marx. He was interested in another economist called Joseph Schumpeter. He was interested in a guy called Thorsten Veblen. Very interested in like the currents of economic thought that were critical of like mainstream economic thought. But yeah, if you're interested in kind of the historical, also very good economic historian. He wrote a lot about the history of economies. Very, very good on that. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, definitely recommend it.
Is actually look at a U.S. policy, look at the U.S. political system, look at the media and all these things systemically, and to see in the particularity of any one institution, it's like a hologram. Reality is sort of like a hologram that any one component of it has within it the totality of the whole thing. It's like a DNA. So when you look at whether you're looking at the court system or you're looking at urban renewal, or you're looking at Congress, or you're looking at the media, or you're looking at U.S. foreign policy, what you're seeing within the confines of those particulars is a reflection of that whole. See? And that whole informs the particulars, and the particulars flesh out and make you realize the whole. It's a tremendous experience.
This is like the most sophomoric description of like Marxist analysis I've ever seen.
And I was doing Marxism before I knew that was what Marxism was. You see, I mean, it's not that I got this from Marx and I got this model and now I apply it here and there. This was my way of looking at things, and that's dialectically. And when I read Marx, I went, oh, yeah, right. I mean, Marx, when I first was getting radicalized, you know, I would run into that a lot. I'd say things like, you know, the police are not a neutral instrument. They're a class instrument of control, and they do certain things. They this. And people would say to me, well, that's Marx, isn't it? That's Marx. They look at you like that. And I say, Marx? I haven't read Marx yet. I was a good PhD political scientist. I'd read the manifesto, and I read a little, I think a little abbreviated excerpts from Volume 1 of Capital, but I hadn't read much then. I'd say that. I'd say things like, you know, U.S. policy in the world is really doing this and this and this and this and this, and they say, well, that's Marx, isn't it? And I'd say, you know, power in America is really not all that democratic, because power does this, and the resources of power are allocated this way. And they say, that's Marx, isn't it? And after a while, I started saying, well, this guy Marx is really something, you know. I mean, I go knocking myself out to make an analysis, and they're giving him the credit, you know. Thank you. Good night. I gotta go.
No. Okay. Well, that was the video. Yeah. So I think I'll keep that one up. Instead of removing it for the third time. But yeah, I don't know. I'd enjoyed that. There's going to be more content like this where I just off the cuff stream and respond or do commentary on stuff. But I'm also going to be doing more of my regular, you know, edited videos. I have one in the works, another entry in the series explaining world systems analysis. This is going to explain sort of how world systems analysis looks at geopolitics. Specifically the concept of the interstate system. And I'm going to be using examples from basically the headlines to explain that from the what's going on now in Palestine, and also from what's been going on in Africa for the past, I don't know, decade or so. So stay tuned for that. I'm also going forward with this channel. I'm going to be doing my regular political stuff, but I'm also going to be venturing into the world of philosophy. Philosophy is something that I think people who are interested in radical politics should be looking at very closely. Because we have a political philosophy. We're engaged in political philosophy when we say, look, capitalist society is an unfree society. Human beings should be free. Well, that's political philosophy. All right. Marx, well, I will be explaining Marx's relationship to philosophy in those videos when they come out. But yes, I'm going to be delving into all kinds of issues in philosophy, history of philosophy, the contemporary issues in philosophy, different thinkers, right? How radicals should relate to philosophy, this kind of thing. So I'm going to be delving into that a bit going forward with this channel. And so like I said in the sort of beginning, I've been working on a book. I've sort of decided what I want to do with my life is to sort of write about issues of social science, philosophy, and politics. And I've been working on a book for like, I don't know, the last 5 years or something. 4 years, 3 years, I don't know. that is aiming to do a sort of historical, um, philosophical analysis of existing socialism from a libertarian communist perspective. That's what made me want to do this video. And I was originally going to publish it, I don't know, in some. My original plan was to just, I don't know, publish it in some left-wing publishers and so forth, and do things that way. But I've sort of decided that since I kind of want to make sort of academic quality material that delivers the relevant information to ordinary people, as well as make sort of an impact in the academic debates on these issues. I've decided that what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to school and I'm going to get philosophy and social science degrees so I can publish in my book and the other books I want to write in academic presses. So I kind of want to be a sort of research academic. So, if you want to support me in that, my Patreon is going to be in the link below. It also supports all this content. Doing these kinds of videos should also allow me to do content more frequently in between the more edited videos that take more time. That I think is it. I'll see you guys next time.